Long as you got your eyes, got your trippy on them private jets, taking trips. Come back at 6, wake me and your child, and then won't lay today. Make me wonder who you might have been playing with. Makes me wonder who you think you're playing with. I'm just telling myself to keep playing this record back over and over again. Swear that you changed, but I know that's the end. I want you on the scene. Think you know your girl is so funny to me. That's why you think I left by one extra time. Got tired of your shit, you almost lost your mind. Long stay, call your name. You'll continue to try to play these games. Leave your family in the cold rain. And I don't think you'll ever change your ways. Cause our house is not a home where no one's there. So alone, no one's there. Should I move on since no one's here? You know what you got is good, that's why you refuse to let me walk out your life. You refuse to match up with my vibe. You keep wasting my time, you keep wasting my time. Don't you on the scene? Think you know your girl is so funny to me. That's why you think I left by one extra time. Got tired of your shit, you almost lost your mind. Long stay, call your name. You'll continue to try to play these games. Leave your family in the cold rain. And I don't think you'll ever change your ways. Cause our house is not a home where no one's there. So alone, no one's there. Should I move on since no one's here? You know what you got is good, that's why you refuse to let me walk out your life. You refuse to match up with my vibe. You keep wasting my time, you keep wasting my time.
See, my days are cold without you, but I'm hurting while I'm near you. And though my heart can't take no more, I keep on running back to you. See, my days are cold without you, but I'm hurting while I'm near you. And though my heart can't take no more, I keep on running back to you. Baby, I don't know why you're treating me so bad. You said you love me, no one above me, and I was all you had. And all my heart is beating for you, I can't stop crying. I don't know how I allow you to treat me this way, and still I stay. See, my days are cold without you. But I'm hurting while I'm near you. My heart can't take no more, I keep on running back to you. See, my days are cold without you. But I'm hurting while I'm near you. And though my heart can't take no more, I keep on running back to you. Baby, I don't know why you wanna do me wrong. See, when I'm home, I'm all alone, and you are always gone. Boy, you know I really love you, I can't deny. I can't see how you could bring me to so many tears after all these years. See, my days are cold without you. My days, yeah. And though my heart can't take no more, I keep on running back to you. See, my days are cold without you. Without you. Without you. I keep on running back to you. I trusted you. So sad, what love will make you do. All the things that we accept, be the things that we regret. So all of my ladies, hear me, come on, sing with me. See, when I get straight to leave, you always tell me that you need me. And I'm weak cause I believe you, and I'm mad because I love you. So I stop and think that maybe you can learn to appreciate me. Then it all remains the same, that you ain't never gonna change, never gonna change, never gonna change. My days are cold, baby, and though my heart can't take no more, no more, no more. See, my days are cold without you. And though my heart can't take no more, no more, no more. Why you hurt me?
about the way that you talk to me. Even when you're not around, I feel you, boy. I feel you, boy. Tangled in your love and your energy. Perhaps it was the way that you smile. I see you, boy. Oh, I need you, boy. 'Cause I've been waiting my whole life to find someone like you. To find someone like you. Yeah, yeah, 'cause I've been waiting my whole life to find someone like you. To find someone like you. Baby, I want this to last forever. Oh yeah, baby, I want this. Can we make this last forever? Oh yes. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Whole team shining stars, big tip, get a lot of hashtag gang in the city.
Happy Tuesday, y'all. Y'all come on in, hit the like button on the way in. Thanks so much for joining. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Come on in. Come on in. Oh, let's see who we got here. Oh. Hey, Sonya. Hey, Miss Carla. Hey, Miss Lynn. Hey, Ramlin. Come on in, y'all. Come on in. Did I say Sonya? I think I did. Hey, Lady Marie. Thank y'all for joining. Come on in. Miss Margie. Oh, Miss Margie at work. Oh. Hey, V Renee. Hey, Duchess. Hey, Funberry. I think that's everybody. Hold on. Melissa. Hey, Melissa. Hey, St. Jill. Hey, girl. Okay. Hey, E. Brooks. Y'all come on in. All right. We're going to get started, okay? So, listen. If anybody wants to join the panel, the link is on my community wall on both channels, the Crime and Justice channel and the my T channel, also on the community wall as well. and the link to the channel that we're gonna be listening to today. But first, listen, let me tell y'all what we're doing today. So I told y'all, as far as the Crime and Justice channel, I was going. What's the problem, Fun? What's wrong? I told y'all we were not going to be covering any trials for a while. And I told y'all that the only way I would is if I caught a trial from the beginning, or I caught a trial that kind of touched my spirit, touched my shining at it, what made me want to talk about it. Well, this is one of those. I came across this morning, actually. I had not heard anything about this particular case, or saw anything about it, because I think the actual crime actually happened, what, 2 years ago? So, what's going on now, though? Hey, Juicy Kim. What's going on now, though, is the trial actually started today. So, and like I said, I was going to cover something else today, which I'm still going to cover. But when I saw this, I wanted to go ahead and get into it. And since the trial started today, and we're going to actually start listening to today the opening statements, and I think so far they've had 3 witnesses on the stand. I don't know if any of you all. Thank you, V Renee. Clocked in. Yes, I am. Truth Hurts is officially clocked in, so please support the channel. Hit the Cash App, the PayPal. The link is at the bottom, I think, of the screen, pinned at the bottom. Um, and also please be sure to hit the like button, tap the screen. I don't know how it works over here on this vertical app, but just do what it is that you do to like the video. All right, so I don't know if any of you have heard. Now, this, I think, this case is actually in the state of Mississippi. All right, and I don't know if any of you have heard about it, read about it, seen anything. Oh, there's Rambling. Hold on, they would need to connect. Hey, Rambling. I can't hear you. I don't think you on mute though. Let me see. In my truth, the truth. Why are you not up here? Rambling. I think she is on mute though, y'all. I think she's on mute, so maybe she'll come off in a minute. But welcome to the stage, Rambling. Let me see who else. Okay. So, oh, thanks again, B Renee, for supporting the channel, sweetheart. I appreciate it. So, you can't protest the skin of app. The truth. You got to get up here. Don't play. I'm not. Listen. Okay. Hey, Riaz, thanks for joining. All right, y'all come on in. So listen, this case actually comes out of the state of Mississippi. Um, Apparently Ramlin may know something about it because she hit the stage. Hey, Ramlin, you off mute? Oh, she dropped. All right, maybe she'll hit it again. But listen, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show this article. We're gonna read this article, and I have a couple of clips that I'm gonna play. In regards to the case, like I said, the actual crime took place 2 years ago, okay, and the trial in this case has started today. So I'm gonna give y'all a little background on it. And then we're gonna get into listening to some testimony, okay? Hopefully we can listen to all the day one testimony today so we can stay caught up. So that's what I'm gonna try to do. This one I'm sort of kind of speeding through everything, but I do want to read this article because I want to read to y'all what the case is about. Okay, let me do this, and I don't know if y'all can see that or not, but I'm gonna actually read it. So, all right. So 2 years after, now this case is the case of Jimmy J. Lee. Jimmy J. Lee, and I'm sort of kind of, I guess I can say was, because in this case, y'all, his body has never been found. His body has never been found, but I think the state has declared him deceased, even though his body has never been found. So I guess it's safe for me to say that Jimmy J. Lee was actually a graduate, a college graduate of Ole Miss. He went to Ole Miss. He graduated. Actually, he was weeks, I think, away from actually graduating, and they actually gave him an honorary degree. Well, gave it to his mom, but he was attending Ole Miss. He was getting his bachelor's in social work, and actually, after I'm trying to remember if he graduated. I think he actually did graduate, and then he was pursuing his master's. But anywho, he was weeks away from getting his master's, and he came up missing. Okay, um, he came up missing. Hold on. Hey, Ramlin. Hey, D. True.
Hey, I'm not going to interrupt. You just said we can come up, so I'm just up here supporting today. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, D. True.
I'm protesting.
Don't protest. Don't do that. So listen. So where was I at, y'all? Where was I at? So he was actually pursuing his master's in social work and minor in business when he came up missing. His name, like I say, is Jimmy J Lee, and Jimmy J Lee, he preferred to be called J Lee, okay, and he was a part of the LTG. I don't want to say it wrong, y'all. He was part of the community. I don't want to say it wrong. I always get it wrong. I always mix the alphabets up. Anywho, so the guy on trial for his capital murder, his name is Sheldon Timothy Harrington Jr. Okay, I'm gonna read this article, y'all. That's gonna give. Well, actually, I'm gonna say listen to the article. Maybe I should let y'all listen and me not read. Let me see if it'll play. All right, so here's the background on the case, y'all. Here's the background. Now I don't hear it.
2 years after Jimmy
Okay.
J. Lee's disappearance, accused killer goes on trial, Mississippi today. More than 2 years after Jimmy J. Lee disappeared, sparking fear in Oxford's small LGBTQ+ community, a University of Mississippi graduate will stand trial on capital murder charges this week. Sheldon Timothy Harrington, Jr., is accused of killing Lee, a fellow Ole Miss graduate who was pursuing a master's degree in social work, in an effort to keep their casual relationship a secret, according to arguments prosecutors made during Harrington's preliminary hearing 2 years ago. Harrington is charged with capital murder for allegedly kidnapping Lee, then killing him, according to the indictment. If convicted, Harrington faces the death penalty or life in prison without the possibility of parole. The 24-year-old was indicted by a Lafayette County grand jury last year. He is being represented by State Representative Kevin Horan. In interviews with Mississippi Today and other media outlets, members vociferously defended his innocence. Harrington is charged with capital murder for allegedly kidnapping, then killing, Lee. If convicted, he faces the death penalty or life in prison without the possibility of parole. We're all in shock, we're all devastated, and we are all looking forward to prove his innocence, Harrington's half-brother, Tevin Coleman, said 2 years ago. Dozens of people from Harrington's hometown, including the then superintendent and Grenada County Sheriff, had written letters to the court on his behalf before evidence was presented during 2022's preliminary hearing. In Oxford, Lee's disappearance and death led his friends to organize a local movement, called Justice for J. Lee, in an effort to remember Lee's life. They have protested outside the Lafayette County Courthouse so loudly their chants could be heard during proceedings. They have tailgated in the Grove and tabled during local drag shows where Lee performed. It doesn't feel real, especially since they haven't found his body, Braylon Johnson, one of Justice for J. Lee's main organizers, told Mississippi Today 2 years ago. A fellow Ole Miss student, Johnson lived with Lee during the pandemic. The trial will be presided over by Judge Kelly Luther. It was originally slated for earlier this fall, but was postponed due to a lack of hotel availability for jurors during football season. Anticipating the coverage, Luther ruled earlier this fall that jurors will be brought in from outside the county after denying a joint motion to seal all pretrial filings in the case. The jury is being selected in Forest County, but there is nothing in the case file to indicate from which county jurors were being chosen. Last week, Luther ordered that any public demonstrations in relation to the case will occur in the park next to City Hall. The potentially lengthy proceedings at the Lafayette County Courthouse are expected to bring significant media attention to the small North Mississippi college town. Lafayette County District Attorney Ben Creekmore did not respond to a request for comment from Mississippi today. A special prosecutor has been appointed to assist him. Harrington has been out on bond since December 2022. Lee was declared legally dead earlier this month, but police have not recovered his body. The public has received little information about Lee's potential whereabouts, or what efforts police have undertaken to find him. Lee went missing on July 8, 2022, and Harrington was arrested a few weeks later. During the preliminary hearing, an Oxford Police Department detective testified to a plethora of evidence, including Snapchat and text messages, Google searches, and video surveillance. According to cell phone location data, Lee's last location was in the vicinity of Harrington's apartment on July 8. Earlier that morning, the two exchanged messages about a fight they'd had. Harrington asked Lee to come back to his apartment, and Lee responded that he thought Harrington was just trying to lure me over there to beat my ass or something. At 5:56 a.m., minutes after Lee messaged Harrington he was on his way, Harrington searched, "How long does it take to strangle someone? Gabby Petito, then does pre-workout boost testosterone?" Less than an hour later, video surveillance shows Harrington buying duct tape at Walmart and, later that day, retrieving a long-handle shovel and wheelbarrow from his parents' house in Grenada and putting it in the back of a box truck that he used for a moving business. During the police investigation, DeSoto County Sheriff's Department cadaver dogs, K9s that are trained to identify the smell of a dead body, alerted 3 times in Harrington's bedroom, once in his living room and in his car. During the preliminary hearing, Horan repeatedly questioned if the police had reviewed the dogs' training or checked if the dogs had ever before correctly identified the smell of a dead body. Last week, the prosecution agreed to withdraw evidence stemming from the K9 searches or purported detection of human remains after Horan filed a motion to exclude it. Horan has also filed a motion to dismiss the indictment on technical grounds. Read Mississippi Today's previous
All right,
reporting on
I'm
the
gonna
case
stop it
here.
right there. Okay. All right, y'all. So that's the background. Any questions so far from anybody? Y'all let me know. Hold
Okay.
on.
So this is a lot of circumstantial evidence, but the most damning evidence places him going to his apartment and being the last person to see him alive.
And the text messages and
And, and buying duct tape and a long, these are all circumstantial stuff, but it was enough to get him indicted.
and it was enough. Well, we're gonna listen to the evidence, but whatever they had was enough for them to declare him deceased, even without finding his body.
Well,
Okay, I'm glad you said that because I was just about to say, did they find the body?
No, they
no,
didn't
you
find
answered.
his body.
Okay.
but he's had no. They found no traces of him on the internet, phone calls, or anything else. But the cadaver dogs are also trained to smell blood. That's what they may have indicated in his apartment. Now, there's only a couple reasons on why they can declare you dead. Is if they find a crime scene and they could reasonably, without a doubt, say the amount of blood that was lost, no human being can survive. So I would like to see if they found blood in his apartment. So
Yeah.
he must have an older car because they couldn't track his whereabouts. And then he
No,
had to
actually, at the time, which was at the time, which was 2 years ago, would have been 2022. He had a 2015 Ford Fusion.
they should have been able to track him through the Fusion.
Absolutely. So I
But
don't know if they did it all.
here's the thing though. They tracked him to outside of the victim's apartment.
Mhm. Mhm.
Now there's been no calling, no texts, no nothing, no sightings, anything from this guy. There has to be something in that apartment that leads them to believe. They waited 2 years, but that's about normal. 2 years is about normal for
But
them.
this is the thing. It's been 2 years, but they just declared him deceased a month ago.
Yes, but it can take, okay, some states are 7 years, some states are 2 years, and they have to say there's been no specific sightings nor any information leading to believe that he is still alive. That's why a lot of times people fake text messages
Yeah,
years later.
Farnbury. This took place in Oxford, Mississippi, home of
Mhm.
Ole Miss University.
Yeah, that's why they said they didn't have any hotel rooms because they pack them for the football games. But some states are 2 years, some states are 7 years, and then after those specific times, the state has to come to a conclusion whether the person is declared dead or there's a possibility they're still alive. They led with they believe he's passed. Because it
Yep.
has nothing to do with
So
it has nothing to do with his conviction. They were going to convict him anyway because they have enough evidence to show that
You
he
mean
was
they were gonna
responsible.
charge him?
Yeah, they were going to charge him regardless,
so
and they
is it
already did.
fair?
Go ahead.
So okay, because I missed a little bit.
Hey, Melissa.
So is it fair? Okay, you said this is Mississippi.
Mhm.
Does this tend to go on like everywhere, like without a body, they just can assume? But like as with D Truth, you did it kind of explain that part too. The evidence that is, so it's up to them to just declare, oh, he's dead and
Yes,
proceed with this.
and
So
a lot of times it has to deal with insurance and things like that. But in this particular case, and they already have charged somebody with his murder 2 years ago. You see what I'm saying? They didn't just charge him with the murder. He went in jail or the
Wait a
abduction.
minute. They initially charged him with kidnapping.
Yes.
I think it was kidnapping. I don't think he. I'm not for sure, but I don't think he was charged for capital murder right off. But I
No,
don't. I'm
they
not for
could
sure.
they got him for kidnapping with all the evidence they have.
Yeah.
They assume that he kidnapped him, and
Let
then
so
me
he
is
left out his.
let
dude
me answer. Let
claiming it?
me answer
Okay.
Sonia's. Let me answer Sonia's question. Sonia said, "Am I understanding that they ruled the dog search out?" They did, Sonia. They did.
Yes.
Well, the prosecutor just withdrew it because the defense was trying to have it thrown out, so they just withdrew it.
The defense is saying that these dogs have never substantially found a body, and that their training could come under suspicion or validity of them being able to perform the action. That's what the defense is trying to say, is that they could get in here and muddy the waters and say, well, them dogs have never found a body. They've
So
been
the department. Wait
trained.
a minute. So the department lied about what, Sonia? What did they lie about? What are you asking? They lied about what? They didn't lie about what the dogs detected. Okay, they didn't lie about that. But what it is the defense is questioning whether or not the dogs are reliable. Are they trained? They're questioning their training. Of course, to me, honestly, it makes sense. It's one of the
But
best
here,
moves you can make.
yeah, well, they're going to always do that. But here's the thing, though: a lot of departments will not get a dog that was trained in the same place. They buy them from different places so that they can't say, well, they've been trained in the same place. They're going to do the same exact thing. So a lot of departments, I'd like to know, did they purchase these dogs from the same place or were they from different places? That would make it harder to throw out the training. See what I'm
So,
saying?
with your expertise, the truth, do you think this would even be a strong case?
It's the video evidence, and then the fact that he went and bought duct tape,
Oh,
and
okay.
it's the timing. A lot of people don't understand. It's
So,
all
for the
about the
kidnapping,
timing.
right? More so than the
Yes,
murder?
yes, but because he's declared dead, now they can charge him with the murder because they're trying to tie them all together. It's the timing. Why would you go? You text him to come to your apartment. He's nowhere to be found. And then soon after you text him to come to your apartment, you're at Walmart buying tape and a shovel. Wouldn't the conscious mind would say that's a little strange. That's a little more than circumstantial.
All right,
And
y'all.
it's
So listen. Oh, go ahead, D2. Go ahead. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
it's not lawyers that are trying to place these charges. This is a grand jury of your peers. You're not convincing lawyers up there to play, you know, tit for tat with laws and everything else. You are trying to convince your peers
Hey, Georgia girl.
of what you saw.
Sonya, you said I thought it was said the dog sniffed the scene and said it was the same scent I thought I heard. You did. You heard that the dog sniffed the scene, the dogs detected blood, the dogs detected his scent. But the only reason why, according to the article, the only reason why the prosecutor withdrew that evidence is because it was prolonging the trial. It was prolonging the trial because the defense was trying to question it. They was questioning, they was filing motions to have it excluded. So the prosecution, they just excluded it. That's it. It doesn't say anything about what the dogs found. Now, the defense was questioning what they found and if it was valid, but the prosecution, I guess I would say they stood on the evidence, but they did withdraw it. So I don't know. I'm not. That's it. That's it. That's all. They
So, it's
withdrew the
going to be
evidence.
hard for some jurors. Because if they
Well, let
already
me
heard this,
let me play these. I'm gonna play. I got a playlist of these videos. Are very very short. Actually, it's news. News coverage and other things pertaining to what took place 2 years ago. It's sort of kind of like a timeline, and there's several videos, but they are all short. I mean, like most of them are under a minute. This first one is 2 minutes though, but I'm gonna play this playlist just to give it a little bit more background on what went on 2 years ago as far as this case, and then we're gonna start listening to the testimony. Um, Miss Martin said, "I'm so sorry. What we talking about?" All right, Miss Margie. So we're talking about the case of Jimmy J. Lee. He was an Ole Miss college student. He was getting his master's. He was pursuing his master's in social work, minoring in business. He went missing on July 8th, 2022. Um, what is this dude's name? I keep forgetting his name. Lord have mercy. Hold on, y'all.
You talking about Jimmy Lee or are you talking about
got
Sheldon?
charged, Junior.
Sheldon Timothy Harrington was charged with capital murder in the death of Jimmy J. Lee. He was charged with kidnapping, actually, and capital murder in the death of Jimmy J. Lee. Jimmy J. Lee went missing on July 8th, 2022. Um, According to text messages and things of that nature, Sheldon was the last person to see Jimmy J. Lee alive. Now they have declared him deceased, but they have not found his body. Also, they're saying that the reason why Sheldon committed this murder is because he did not want Jimmy Lee. Well, actually, he liked to be called Jay Lee. Sheldon did not want their relationship public, and Jay Lee did, and I guess he was afraid he was gonna out him or something. I don't know, but that's what they're saying. The reason why he unalived him. All right. So let's and Miss Margie, these videos explain a little bit more too. So let me play. Let me play this playlist, y'all.
Concern and anxiety in Oxford, Mississippi tonight as police search for a man who's been missing for several days. Investigators say 20-year-old Jimmy J. Lee, a recent university graduate, disappeared on Friday. WRG's Andrew Allison takes us through the alarming chain of events.
Angst and confusion in Oxford, Mississippi, when a recent
That's kind of fast.
University of Mississippi.
That is kind of fast. Hold on, I'm gonna put it on. I want y'all to understand it.
Graduate vanishes.
It's something that, you want to speak.
And anxiety in Oxford, Mississippi tonight as police search for a man who's been missing for several days. Investigators say 20-year-old Jimmy J. Lee, a recent university graduate, disappeared on Friday. WRG's Andrew Allison takes us through the alarming chain of events.
Angst and confusion in Oxford, Mississippi, when a recent University of Mississippi graduate vanishes.
It's just something that, you want to speak.
Investigators say 20-year-old Jimmy J. Lee disappeared Friday morning after leaving the Campus Walk apartments. He was wearing a silver robe, gold cap, and gray slippers at the time. Police believe Lee may have been visiting someone a couple miles away here at the Molly Bar Trails apartments when he disappeared. Oxford police and campus police started investigating as family and friends like Lakaiwa Milan got the word out.
I shared a bunch of posts, especially from UPD and Oxford police, like Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat. The shares are ridiculous. The shares are crazy. They're very high up there.
Everyone's pitching in.
Everyone.
Investigators didn't immediately say if Lee was harmed or kidnapped, but they did find his car at a local tow yard after it was removed from the Molly Bar Trails apartments. The vehicle is a black Ford Fusion with a gold racing stripe on the hood.
He's real sweet. He don't bother anybody. He's real energetic, like real nice, friendly. He'll talk to anybody. He's kind of the life of the party. Like, he's real sweet. So it's just unfortunate that something like this is happening so close to home.
Lee's family members were too upset to say anything on camera, but did tell us it's a very stressful time for them.
Something like this is unusual to happen on campus. Like, I never heard anything like this happening around here.
Setting a lot of people on edge.
I feel a little shaky, especially like coming in at nighttime.
An incident that won't be forgotten anytime soon. In Oxford, Andrew Ellison, WRG News, Channel 3.
Hopefully he's found soon. And if you see Lee or have any information on this case, you're asked to call the Oxford Police Department.
The search continues. He has been missing for almost a week now. According to Oxford police, they have followed up on every tip they have received. About a dozen search warrants have been executed on both physical and digital entities. Investigators are still waiting on some of those entities to return information back, and they want to remind people that no tip is too small. So if you have any information about what happened to Ole Miss student Jay Lee, call Oxford police or call Crime Stoppers.
Police in Oxford are now getting help from the FBI to help find a missing student. In addition to the feds and Oxford police, the state attorney general's office is also lending its resources and assistance to find Jay Lee. He was last seen almost 2 weeks ago, leaving Campus Walk apartments. Lee's car was found a couple of days later at Molly Bar Trails apartment complex. Authorities say they continue to follow up on all tips, and they are reviewing video footage.
Was held on the campus of Ole Miss as the search continues for a missing student. The parents of Jay Lee gathered along with students and supporters. They had signs with loving messages calling for Lee's safe return. The Ole Miss student has been missing for nearly 2 weeks now. The FBI has joined in the search. Lee was last seen July 8th leaving Campus Walk apartments. Lee's car was found a couple days later at the Molly Bar Trails apartment complex. The family is now pledging $5,000 for information leading to Lee being found. Police say they will continue to follow up on all tips, and they are reviewing video footage.
We were overwhelmed in seeing how he was ordering baby items out of his own pocket to give out to children in need. That's the kind of guy he is. It's our prayer that Jay Lee comes home safe and sound. Thank you.
He is a very sweet individual. He was always outgoing And the reason we're doing this tonight is because if it was any one of us, he would be here right now.
The Oxford Field Office of the FBI and the State Attorney General's office are all assisting in the investigation to find Jay Lee.
An update now to a story we've been following for weeks. Police have arrested and charged a suspect with murder of an Ole Miss college student. Oxford and University Police, University of Mississippi Police, arresting Sheldon Timothy Harrington, the man you see here on the screen, for the murder of Jimmy J. Lee. This happening today. Harrington does not have the option of bond. Police say they are still searching for Lee's body, though, and have not released a motive. Authorities found Lee's car Monday after it was towed from an apartment complex. Anyone with information can contact Oxford Police at 662-232-2400 or Crime Stoppers at 662-234-8477 if you might have any other information that can help them.
News right now. The man charged with murder in the case of missing Ole Miss student Jimmy J. Lee was in court today. The bond hearing for 22-year-old Sheldon Timothy Harrington Jr. was postponed. Brittany Moncrief was at the courthouse as loved ones of both Lee and Harrington showed their support.
Justice for Jay Lee!
As 22-year-old Sheldon Timothy Harrington Jr. walked into the Lafayette County Courthouse,
Every single queer American.
the cries for justice poured behind him. Harrington is charged with murder in the disappearance of Ole Miss student Jimmy J. Lee.
It all started with Jay Lee missing. I think that everyone stayed pretty hopeful and optimistic until last Friday when they announced that he was murdered, that he would still be able to come home safe. It has literally been a nightmare.
A nightmare, now lasting weeks. Lee was last seen the morning of July 8th, leaving Campus Walk Apartments. Friends say the day he went missing, he organized a drive to collect baby formula.
He was just so compassionate and so willing to give to other people and to organize.
Braylon Johnson was Lee's friend.
Jay Lee was a gay man and he used he, him pronouns, but a lot of people don't see him that way. A lot of people in Mississippi won't see him that way.
Johnson also knew Harrington.
The Black community here is really small, so it's hard for us not to know each other and to support each other. It was just a 360 moment to be like, wow, we didn't think that he would be dead, and we wouldn't think that someone that we knew and were in close quarters with would be responsible for his murder.
Harrington's lawyer requested his bond hearing be postponed to a later date. Judge Grady Tollison III granted that request, dismissing both the victims and accused families separately. Meanwhile, outside,
Justice for Jay Lee!
LGBTQ community members and supporters rallied for justice for Lee.
Justice for Jay Lee!
I have never felt safe in my entire life. I've never felt safe. None of my friends have ever felt safe.
Stop killing us!
And guess what? We were born here and we belong here and we deserve to feel safe. Jay Lee was irreplaceable and she cannot come back. But we can celebrate her life and we can make sure that everything that she did, the beauty that she brought into this world, gets remembered and it gets talked about. So show up and keep talking. Do not let this get buried in the fossil record.
And that new bond hearing date has been set for August 9th at 10 a.m. at the Lafayette County Courthouse. In Oxford, Mississippi, I'm Brittany Moncrief.
Jimmy J. Lee was in court this afternoon for a bond hearing. Tim Harrington, a recent graduate from the university, was arrested last Friday, 2 weeks after Lee was reported missing. Supporters of Lee held a rally outside the courthouse as friends of both Lee and Harrington packed that courtroom. WRG's Shay Simon has more.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
As members of the LGBT community raised their voices for justice in the death of Jimmy J. Lee, the man charged with his murder, Sheldon Timothy Harrington, is led into Lafayette County Circuit Court for a bond hearing. Harrington was arrested July 22nd and charged with Lee's murder, even though Lee's body hasn't been found.
No justice, no peace. Justice for Jay Lee.
One of the rally organizers spoke frankly about Harrington, who she knows from his time at the university.
What I can tell you about Timothy is that he is currently being charged for my friend's murder. That's all that I can tell you. I can't tell you or give you anything about his character because none of that is really relevant to this. You don't know who people are behind closed doors.
Family and friends of both Lee and Harrington made their way into the courthouse and packed Judge Grady Tollison's courtroom. Among them, Lee's sister, Taylor Carey, who's anxious to find out what exactly happened to her brother.
We just hope that God does his work and we get justice.
We were not allowed to record audio inside the courtroom where Judge Tollison read the affidavit of complaint against Harrington as the accused stood alongside Kevin Horn, one of his attorneys. In less than 10 minutes, it was announced the scheduled bond hearing would be postponed.
The defense, I don't think, has had enough time to maybe speak with his client about the situation, and I'm just assuming that's why they've asked for continuance.
Harrington was returned to the Lafayette County Jail, and none of his family would talk to the media. Shay Simon, WREG News Channel 3.
The assistant DA prosecuting the case did not talk to us, but this afternoon we were notified the bond hearing has been reset for August 9th in Lafayette County. We'll be there and let you know what happens.
No justice, no peace.
When Sheldon Timothy Harrington arrived at Lafayette County Circuit Court yesterday for his bond hearing, he was met by loud chants from a group of LGBTQ supporters rallying for Jimmy J. Lee, the University of Mississippi student Harrington is accused of murdering.
Justice for J. Lee.
Once inside the courtroom, there was an obvious absence of attorney Carlos Moore, Harrington's uncle, who, since Harrington's arrest July 22nd, has appeared on camera staunchly defending his nephew, proclaiming his innocence and announcing he would represent his nephew.
I'll be a zealous advocate because I know in my heart that he did not commit murder. I know the type of young man he is. He does not have it in him to kill anyone.
But we've now learned Harrington will be represented by attorney Kevin Horan of Grenada, Mississippi, where Harrington is from. Circuit Judge Grady Tollisson granted a delay in Harrington's bond hearing after a request by attorney Horan, presumably to give the defense more time to confer with their client. We reached out to attorney Carlos Moore about his status in the case, and he texted back this reply, quote, "I'm still co-counsel. Kevin Horan is lead counsel. I had a conflict yesterday and could not attend the court hearing." We asked if he would be attending the scheduled August 9th bond hearing and if he still strongly maintains Timothy Harrington's innocence. He did not respond to those questions. Harrington remains in the Lafayette County Jail, and Jimmy J. Lee's friends are anxious for justice.
J. Lee was irreplaceable.
Now, we reached out to Horan's law office for a comment, and we're told he was not available.
It has been one went missing and happening right now. Suspect Sheldon Harrington Jr. is in court. Detectives in court showed surveillance video revealing Harrington leaving an apartment complex where Lee's car was found. After Harrington was brought in for questioning at the police station, officers took a few dogs to his apartment where they alerted 3 times of a body in the area. The defense attorneys asked the detective if there was any trace evidence linking Harrington to Lee's death. The detective replied, "Not at this time." 12 News, Leah Williams, who is in Oxford, will have more on the case at 5 and 6.
Well, the man charged with murder and the disappearance of Ole Miss student Jimmy J. Lee was in court today. But what happened at a simple bond hearing for Sheldon Harrington Jr. got pretty involved. Our Brittany Moncrief was in court today as witnesses took the stand.
This was a bond and preliminary hearing, but so much was revealed about the day Ole Miss student Jimmy J. Lee went missing last month. Here's what happened in court. Stephanie Lee, Jimmy's mother, took the stand first. She said she and Jimmy were very close and spoke at least 5 to 6 times a day. July 8th was Stephanie's birthday. She received a happy birthday text from Jimmy around 2 a.m. When she responded later that morning, she never heard back. So she called Oxford police and Jimmy's friend to do a wellness check. Police said Jimmy and his car were gone, but his dog was still in the apartment. Oxford Police Detective Ryan Baker took the stand next. He said detectives received a tip from Jimmy's friend saying Jimmy met someone on social media, hooked up with the person, got into an argument, blocked the person on social media, and went back to meet the person that same morning. That was after the person contacted him under a different username. Messages on Snapchat also showed that Jimmy and the person had a sexual relation.
Candy, when you sent it, sweetie? You send it today? Let me know. I hadn't seen it. All right, I'm gonna back this up a little bit, y'all, because they telling a little bit about the relationship. I'll look right now, Candy. But resend it to me. Because Lord knows I got a lot of emails. I don't want to miss it. You sent it last night? Resend it to me, boo.
Person that same morning. That was after the person contacted him under a different username. Messages on Snapchat also show that Jimmy and the person had a sexual person a tip from Jimmy's friend saying Jimmy met someone from Jimmy around 2 a.m. When she responded later that morning, she never heard back. So she called Oxford police and Jimmy's friend to do a wellness check. Police said Jimmy and his car were gone, but his dog was still in the apartment. Oxford police detective Ryan Baker took the stand next. He said detectives received a tip from Jimmy's friend saying Jimmy met someone on social media, hooked up with the person, got into an argument, blocked the person on social media, and went back to meet the person that same morning. That was after the person contacted him under a different username. Messages on Snapchat also showed that Jimmy and the person had a sexual relationship and that Jimmy was going back to meet with him. Through searches, detectives were able to identify the person Jimmy Lee met as Sheldon Timothy Harrington Jr. Prosecutors also showed various surveillance videos. One showed Jimmy Lee's car pulling into Harrington's apartment after 7 a.m. Shortly after, a man is seen running, exiting the complex. That same man was spotted at a nearby gas station moments later, flagging down a car. The man got into the car, which was pulled over in a traffic stop minutes later. Body cam video showed the passenger to be Harrington. Investigators later interrogated Harrington and searched his apartment. Detectives say cadaver dogs found hits in Harrington's apartment, SUV, and his box truck used for his moving company. They also said Harrington did a Google search that morning on how long does it take to strangle someone and showed pictures of Harrington at Walmart buying duct tape. During cross-examination, Harrington's attorney, Kevin Horan, said investigators never interviewed the cadaver dog handlers and couldn't identify if the dogs were human remains, tracking, search and rescue, or tracing dogs. He also argued that cadaver dogs are not trace evidence and no physical evidence or items were found in Harrington's apartment or on Harrington's body. Harrington's mother, Tina, his Sunday school teacher, and school teachers also took to the stand and described his academic achievements and community service. And investigators are still searching for Jimmy Lee's body. In Oxford, Mississippi, I'm Brittany Moncrief.
Sheldon Timothy Harrington Jr. makes his initial court appearance inside the Lafayette County Courthouse. 3 News Side's Quentin Smith was there and has more from the hearing in Oxford.
Sheldon Timothy Harrington Jr. is charged with first-degree murder in the death of his Ole Miss classmate, Jimmy J. Lee. Students who know both Lee and Harrington say the two just graduated from the university back in May. Now they're shocked to know that one is believed to be dead and the other is allegedly responsible for the murder.
No justice, no peace.
These were the chants outside the courthouse as 22-year-old Harrington makes his way inside to appear before Lafayette County Circuit Court Judge Gray Tollison. It was a packed crowd, all eyes on Harrington as his attorneys asked for his bond hearing to be pushed back until next month. The hearing was quick, lasting roughly 5 minutes. Once things adjourned, the crowd and chants outside the courthouse grew even louder.
Justice for Jay Lee.
All of this happening as Harrington leaves out of the courthouse the same way he came in, handcuffed and escorted by deputies.
No justice, no peace.
A number of supporters were on hand protesting in honor of Lee. They say they were devastated when they heard the news that an arrest has been made in this case.
It was a shocking moment, and it was just a 360 moment to be like, wow, we didn't think that he would be dead, and we wouldn't think that someone that we knew and were in close quarters with would be responsible for his murder.
According to Oxford police, Lee, who's a member of the LGBTQ community, disappeared on July 8th. They say Lee was last seen leaving Campus Walk Apartments. So far, Lee's body has not been found. Those who were protesting in honor of Lee believe the Jackson native was attacked due to being a member of the LGBTQ community.
I think this was a terrorist attack against Jay Lee, and we need to start loving each other and stop living in fear of things that are different than us.
Jay Lee was irreplaceable. She was irreplaceable, and her sisters miss her, and she cannot come back. But we can celebrate her life, and we can make sure that everything that she did, the beauty that she brought into this world, gets remembered and it gets talked about.
District 34 State Representative Kevin Horan is one of the attorneys representing Harrington. He declined to give a comment following the hearing. Now, when it comes to what's next, Harrington's bond hearing has been pushed back to August 9th at 10 o'clock in the morning inside the Lafayette County Circuit Courthouse. Reporting in Oxford, Quentin Smith, 3 on your side.
Well, for the second time in just weeks, this man, Sheldon Timothy Harrington Jr., appears before a Lafayette County judge. Judge Gray Tollison denied bond for Harrington. He's charged with first-degree murder in the death of Jimmy J. Lee. Our Quinn Smith inside the courtroom with more from today's hearing.
Harrington sat in his chair motionless after a judge denied him bond. Prosecutors pushed for no bond because they believe Harrington is a danger to the community and a flight risk.
It's a good feeling because a murderer is not on the streets.
Jay Lee's family members and friends say they're relieved to know the man accused of killing him is still sitting behind bars tonight. On Tuesday, Lee's mom took the stand. She became emotional when talking about the fact that her son went missing on her birthday, July 8th. Although a body has not been found, the mom says she believes her son is dead. In court, investigator Ryan Baker testified that he believes Harrington is the last person to see Lee alive on July 8th. Although the two got into an argument previously, Baker says around 6:03 that morning, Lee reached out to Harrington, letting Harrington know he was at the apartment. Baker says he believes Harrington strangled Lee and points to this snapshot of Harrington's search engine where he allegedly looked up, quote, "How long does it take to strangle someone?" end quote, minutes before Lee arrived. Now, according to Baker, Harrington then tried to stage the murder by driving Lee's car from his apartment to another one, Molly Bar Trails, in an effort to make it seem like that was the last place Lee visited. This is video from 7:25 that morning. Baker says this is Harrington driving Lee's car into the complex, which he says is one way in and one way out. Moments later, you see a man in a gray hoodie jogging. Baker says that's Harrington and claims that at no time in the video do you see him enter into the complex. Prosecutors also say cadaver dogs hit on a dead body scent at Harrington's apartment, as well as inside his SUV and work truck. Harrington admitted to police that he and Lee did have a sexual relationship. Now, according to the district attorney's office, Harrington feared being outed.
I do believe this was a hate crime. If there was any sort of inappropriate relationship between the suspect or Jay Lee, if there was anything like that, there should have been a more civil solution instead of just going out and killing somebody.
However, defense attorneys refute those claims and say there's no physical evidence connecting Harrington to the crime, even reiterating the fact that a body has not been found. Kevin Horan, who is also a state representative, is representing Harrington and said he had no comment following the judge's decision. This case has now been bound over to a grand jury. At this time, no date on when this case will be heard. Reporting in Lafayette County, Quentin Smith, 3 on your side.
That was
The man accused in the murder of an Ole Miss student has filed a lawsuit against the Lafayette County Sheriff for locking him up.
What'd you say, D-True?
That last one was the best video yet.
Yeah, I know a lot of it is repetitive, but each video I chose got a little bit more information in it than the other.
That last one gave you the damning evidence.
Yeah, absolutely. Candy, I got it, sweetie. I'm gonna write you back. I'm gonna write you back. I got you. Y'all send up prayers for Candy. No questions asked. Just send up prayers for Candy. Um, I was gonna say something else. The truth. I was gonna say something else.
Here, let me. You said I'm gonna play the rest of this video. That's what I'm getting.
You know what? I was gonna ask you something though, but that's okay. It'll hit me again. All right, y'all. These videos, like I say, y'all, they short, but they it's a playlist, and it's just giving. It may be answering questions that It may be answering questions that y'all already have. And then after I play these videos, if y'all got questions, I answer it, and then we're gonna get into the testimony. Thank y'all. Thank y'all so much. Please hit the like button. Thank y'all for the likes. The likes we're liking. Thank y'all for the likes. Please support the channel. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal, all that type of stuff. But okay, let's continue to listen. And if y'all got questions, put them in the chat now. If you want to ask a question, and I'll answer it.
Murder in the killing of Jimmy J. Lee this past summer. His just filed lawsuit says cadaver dogs used by authorities to search his apartment were not properly trained. In fact,
I'm gonna start this one over, y'all, because this is him. This is the Harrington, the defendant who has filed. He has filed a lawsuit against. Let me let y'all listen. It's only 34 seconds long, but listen to this. Listen to this.
well, the man accused in the murder of an Ole Miss student has filed a lawsuit against the Lafayette County Sheriff for locking him up without enough evidence. Sheldon Harrington is charged with first-degree murder in the killing of Jimmy J. Lee this past summer. His just filed lawsuit says cadaver dogs used by authorities to search his apartment were not properly trained. In fact, the suit quotes officers admitting they never found any physical evidence connecting Harrington to Lee's disappearance or death, adding that since Lee's body has never been found and Harrington has no criminal record, he should be released from jail.
Lafayette County Sheriff's Department claiming he is being illegally held in jail. Timothy Harrington Jr. is charged with first-degree murder in the missing persons case of Lee, whose body has yet to be found. Harrington's been in jail in Lafayette County without bail since July 22nd. Authorities believe Lee was killed on or around July 8th. The lawsuit claims Harrington is being held without bond unlawfully, saying there has been no direct evidence to implicate him in Lee's murder. You can find the full lawsuit on our website, WTVA.com.
You heard that? You heard where you can find a lawsuit at?
Oh, you want me to try to find a lawsuit against the
Yeah.
Mississippi? Okay.
Yeah, if you can. I know you're probably multitasking. If you can, it don't have to be today. We can talk about it later, but yeah. Did you hear where you can find it? She just said it. You want me to play it back?
Yeah, play it back. But that's a lie because they have enough evidence. The man texted and said, "I'm here."
Yeah, right.
I'm here.
Right.
I'm here at your apartment.
Killing Jimmy J. Lee.
Fonbear, I don't listen. I don't know if he was on the down low. I don't actually know if that's the reason why he did what he did because all we know, and like I said, more might come out in the testimony, but all we know is they had an argument. Now, what the argument was about? Because see, I was thinking they was in a relationship. I was thinking,
He admitted to having sex with him.
Yeah, they did have sex, but I thought from what I heard, because see, I had not listened to everything. I thought that they were in not necessarily a relationship, but were seeing each other. But according to what I'm listening to, see, I don't know how long they knew each other before this happened. Because they said they met online. Y'all know who I thought about when I was listening to this stuff? Fonberry. You know who I thought about? I'll give you one guess who I thought about when I was listening to this story, Fonberry. But
Their
listen.
wife, the trophy wife.
No, not her. Not at all. Fonberry know who I was thinking about when I was listening to this. Now, He met this guy online. Now, and they hooked up. And y'all know what hooked up mean, right? So I don't know how long they had been knowing each other.
Okay, remember the tip that the police got?
What?
You know,
Mm-hmm.
that the tip the police got? In the tip, it said he had met somebody online a few days earlier and hooked up.
Sonya, you did not hear that they stayed together in the first clip. No, you didn't, sweetie.
No,
It
he'd
was
have been he'd have been automatically arrested.
It
if
was
they
never
lived together.
said that they. It was never said. It was never said that they stayed together. They did not stay together.
So the tip was he met someone online a few days ago, and they hooked up.
Yeah.
And he
So
went to go see him.
So I was thinking when I heard that, like I'm thinking that they hooked up. Now I guess we'll never know unless, like I say, it comes out in the evidence what the argument was about. What did they argue about? They had just met. They hooked up. They had sex. What did they argue about? I'm thinking they argued about the fact that that man probably was on the down low or didn't want to be outed.
And I believe he was angry because it was a hookup and he was going to out him.
Yeah, we're not gonna make it. We're just gonna listen. You know how I am about
Well,
these papers.
they're gonna show the text messages. They have to.
Yeah, they are. They
Yeah,
are.
they're
So
gonna show the text
we'll
messages.
see. Fine Berry, you ain't answer me. I think Sonya got it though, but she just didn't put the whole name in there. Now you outed and locked up. Online hookups can be very dangerous. And I thought about Darius. I thought about when I was listening to this. I thought about Darius. That's who I thought about. All right. So D2, let me play the end of this so you can get where the lawsuit could be found. Listen.
Murder. You can find the full lawsuit on our website, WTVA.com. West.
Did you hear that? Or do I need to play it
Jimmy J. Lee
again?
was last seen
It went by so fast.
leaving apartment in.
All right, let me. I'm gonna go back one more time.
All right, let me.
Oh, okay, Sonya, but you're right. That's who I thought about, Sonya. All right, I'm finna play it with you.
Awfully saying there has. You can find the full lawsuit on our website, WTVA.com.
I think she said WTVA.com. Didn't want to put his name in the chat, but he better be very careful. And then you remember he said that he hooked up with men that are on the down low. Remember? And remember how we reacted to that video where he talked about how he was salty because the guy who was on the down low that had got the girl pregnant and da 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 da. So you have to be careful. That's why I was saying when we reacted, you have to be careful when dealing with these down low men. You act like you pretend like you state that you're gonna out these men and they will take you out of here. Like they are adamant when they don't want to be outed, they don't want to be outed. This stuff is dangerous.
Back in July, his body was never found, but 2 weeks later, Sheldon Timothy Harrington was arrested for his murder. Dozens of people have been fighting for justice for Jay Lee ever since.
He was so confident and just a bubble full of laughter and light. He was such an inspiration to our community. So it was naturally, it felt like our duty and our job to take up for him now that he's not able to take up for himself anymore.
Even though I didn't know him personally, the times I did run into him, I felt like I was looking at a younger version of myself. So that's why I'm going so hard for this.
Now, Jay Lee's accused killer is out on bond, which has students not only frustrated, but also concerned for their safety.
I don't think he was trans, Georgia girl. I don't think he was actually, I don't know for sure, but I don't think he was actually in transition. I think he's just, I know he did drag, right? Hold on, somebody backstage. Oh, Coleman. Coleman, you had dropped off? All right, I don't know if he was trans. I don't think he was, but I do think he dressed. He did drag. He preferred to use the pronoun she. So yeah, they were. It depends on who's talking about her. They may say he or she, but I don't think she was trans. I don't think she was transitioning.
Not bond, it kind of felt safe. It felt like if we're going to get answers about what truly happened to Jay, and today, now that he's released and we still don't know where Jay Lee's body is, it's concerning. It seems like they've given up. It seems like they don't care.
There's so many questions that we have that haven't been answered. We're still in the dark. A lot of the community is afraid because no one's answered our questions, and to find out that Harrington was released even scares us even more, because it just goes to show what can happen to someone, and the fact that there's no real repercussions that he's being faced with.
Although Jay Lee's friends believe Harrington should have remained behind bars, they say this will not stop their fight for justice.
We're definitely not done. We're definitely just getting started into making sure that once the indictment comes, that justice is served to the person who did this. Justice is served to our community, and that the person that did this faces repercussions.
This is just the beginning.
Yes.
Jay Lee will get justice.
Since Jay Lee's disappearance, dozens of people who knew him personally and others that didn't have organized rallies and tailgates to raise awareness about the case and written letters begging to keep Harrington behind bars. Jay Lee's friends say they hope to get answers soon and say their hearts truly go out to his family.
Do I need to skip this one? I think I'm gonna skip this one.
Tonight,
I don't ever know how to skip these
Story at
videos,
5
y'all. I swear. I
o'clock
think this
today.
one
The
is
man
gonna talk about
accused
the
of
same
killing
thing.
missing Ole Miss student Jimmy J. Lee is out on bond.
Tim Harrington Jr. was arrested back in July, charged with first-degree murder. Bria Bolden explains how Harrington is out on bond tonight and what happens next. Bria?
Lafayette County District Attorney Ben Creekmore tells us he met with Harrington's counsel today and agreed on a $250,000 bond. Harrington also had to surrender his passport and must wear an ankle monitor. The new development shocking to Lee's family and friends who are still searching for Lee's remains. It's been almost 6 months since Ole Miss student Jimmy J. Lee disappeared. Friends of J. Lee, who have since formed an organization, Justice for J. Lee, posting to Instagram saying, quote, "Today, a murderer was released, and tomorrow we continue to fight to get justice for Jay Lee." Lee was last seen at the Campus Walk Apartments on July 8th. For days, law enforcement, friends, and family gathered to search for Lee and came together in hopes of finding him.
We're just holding that strength and that faith the size of a mustard seed. Is just, that's all we're holding on to. It's just that faith and that strength and staying strong. Not only for ourselves, but we're staying strong for Jay Lee.
2 weeks later, Timothy Harrington Jr. was charged with Lee's murder.
Justice for Jay Lee! Justice for Jay Lee!
Harrington made a second appearance in court in August and was denied bond. It was then that prosecutors said Harrington and Lee had a sexual relationship. An Oxford police detective testified that messages between the two showed Lee went to Harrington's apartment the morning he disappeared. The investigator said on that same day, Harrington Googled, quote, "How long does it take to strangle someone? Gabby Petito." The investigator also testified police canines alerted to the smell of a dead body in Harrington's apartment. Harrington's legal counsel, Kevin Horan, argued that information couldn't be admissible in court without DNA evidence. In October, Horan filed a motion saying Harrington was being held unlawfully.
I do not think my brother killed Jay Lee. The reason why I think that he didn't kill Jay Lee is based upon the person that I've known for the last 22 years.
Harrington's brother, Tevin Coleman, sat down with Action News 5, saying his brother is innocent. 2 months later, Harrington is out on bond. And we reached out to both Lee's family and Harrington's family today. Lee's sister told us they are devastated by this development. Harrington's brother told us, quote, "As an upstanding citizen, Timothy will abide by all restrictions set forth by Lafayette County." Lafayette County District Attorney Ben Creekmore says a grand jury is not expected to meet on this investigation until 2023. In studio tonight, Bria Bolden, Action News 5.
Okay, I think that's enough. I actually think that's enough background. I think I want to go ahead and get to the testimony because because the testimony started today. I watched the first part of it before they went to lunch, but they're back from lunch, so they're continuing the testimony.
True.
Yes.
Real quick, y'all. And this is gonna sound so silly to some. And I've heard the evidence and all of that stuff, and they're accusing this one person. So they didn't consider a third person because, and one thing I heard him say, a friend gave tip that he met someone online. Then another video said that him and Harrington were classmates. So that they just chop it up and be like, okay, even though they went to school together, classmates, schoolmates, classmates, whatever they said, that this was the lover from online. They didn't never
No,
consider a
no,
third
they
person.
can't. They no, Ramla. When they got the tip about him meeting somebody online. After that, what they do is I'm gonna tell you what was damaging. It was the messages. It was the actual virtual footprint. Like,
Okay.
okay, just because somebody called the police and say, "Oh, he met somebody online, they hooked up," right? Okay, so the police take that and then they investigate that, and investigating that, that's how they came across, the messages, the Snapchat messages, and all of that. I think honestly, what got it was not only you gotta remember they had messages and then they had messages from that morning when he came up missing, which is so sad because I think if y'all were paying attention, you heard that that was his mom's birthday. He actually went missing
Yeah,
on his
that's what I
mom's
walked
birthday,
back on.
and
And I
she's gonna be the
also
first
heard
one
the
to testify.
strangling, the
Yeah,
his
but
Google.
not only
Okay.
that, not only the messages, but they got video surveillance. Okay, they got video surveillance evidence. So they didn't just go off of a tip that somebody gave them that he hooked up with somebody online. They took that tip and they investigated, and that's how they came up with what they came up with.
Okay, thanks for the real quick catch up because I'm walking back and forth. That's
Oh,
why I
you
keep
welcome.
losing signal. All right, okay, got it.
You welcome.
Also, they know that his car was at his apartment.
They
and
got video. They got video of Harrington driving his car.
Well, they don't know if it's. They can't prove that it was him in the car.
Did you
but
walk away? Did you
Huh?
walk away? Did you not see the video, the clip
Yes,
where
but
they had him on camera?
the defense is saying he's wearing a hood. You never see him. What I'm saying is the car was moved from his apartment.
Right.
Okay. From his apartment to another apartment down the road.
By
So,
Harrington.
yes.
They
but
identified him.
No, they identified someone running. They don't see his face. They identify him running. They could go by his height and what he looks like, but they're saying that that's beyond circumstantial. Why would anyone move the car from your apartment to another apartment? He doesn't know anyone else in your apartment. We have text messages that prove he was at your apartment, telling you he was there.
So y'all just not gonna remember that
he was
the
pulled
car,
over.
The car, they saw. Okay, I'm gonna let that go. I'm gonna just let the
No. Remember, he runs out. He flags down a car, jumps in a car, and the car gets pulled over. And Harrington is in that car.
Right.
So they're putting all that together. Why are you in that car?
Yeah, but he in the car because he dropped the car off at another apartment complex.
That's another piece of circumstantial evidence that they're putting together to trail him from the place that the car was dropped off. That he was actually seen in the location of where the car was dropped off, wearing that same hoodie.
But y'all want to argue and say, "Oh, there was no face on, so it wasn't him." I'm not going there with y'all today.
That's
I'm not
what
doing
the
it.
defense is saying. But the cop's body cam shows Harrington wearing that sweatshirt in that car.
Absolutely.
So
That's
I'm
all
not
I
saying.
need.
I'm just saying what the defense said, that you don't see his face as he leaves the complex, but you also do not see anyone enter the complex wearing that particular outfit.
Absolutely. All right, so y'all listen. So we're gonna go to the we're
Okay,
gonna go.
Sonia asked me a question. So I put in the chat that Mississippi law dictates that after 7 years of no evidence, you're declared dead. Okay. So that being said, the judge ruled that Jimmy Lee was dead. He said with the aggravated events that happened.
I think what she was pointing out is that you said after 7, but they ruled him dead after 2,
The
which
judge ruled him.
Yes.
So the judge can speed it up if he believes the
Absolutely. Especially
circumstances
when
have
you got
led to his
evidence.
death. Yeah, and they're saying that circumstances have made the court believe that this individual is deceased. So we are moving to put forward that his death certificate will be signed as homicide. So you know what I'm saying? So the judge had to overrule what the Mississippi law is, and he can do that because he feels like there's enough evidence to say that a catastrophic event had happened to this person. So I just wanted to clear that up.
Okay. All right, so I like I said, I watched the first half of testimony. The first person to testify was his mom, and then the second person to testify was his advisor at school, his school advisor. Then they went to lunch, and then I don't know who testified after lunch, which is what's going on now. But we'll get into that hopefully today. It depends on how long each person testifies. But I do know the first half of court today was quick. It was fast. And so we're gonna listen to it. If, like I say, if y'all have any questions, put them in the chat. I'll try to answer. D-Truth try to answer. Please be sure to hit the like button. I think the likes are liking, and also feel free to support the channel. Okay. All right. So let me do this. And if I talk. If I say anything, I'm gonna try not to stop it, y'all. Like I'm gonna try not to stop it. But if I talk, I'm gonna talk over it. But I don't want y'all to miss anything. So I probably won't be talking a whole lot during the testimony. And then only if somebody put a question in the chat, and then I'll stop it and I'll answer your question. Thank you, Sonia. All right, so I say I think it's so sad that he actually went missing on his mom's birthday. Oh, the morning of his mom's birthday, actually. Y'all let me know if it's too fast and I'll slow it down.
I don't want to waive the objections I had to the remainder of the list.
We'll deal with those objections. Not waiving anything. Well, Ms. Lee, face the court reporter there this morning.
Can y'all hear? Can y'all understand? Does everybody hear and understand? Is it too fast? Can you hear? I know when I was listening to it earlier, even though I had my earbuds on, it seemed like it was pretty loud to me, but I don't know. Y'all let me know. I want y'all to be able to hear. And let me know if it's too fast right quick. D-True? Yeah, we can hear it. Okay, is it too fast, Ramblin'? Thank you, D-True. Like I said, this is his mom, y'all. This is his mom.
You can sit here and do it when we get to that point. You can sit here and do it when we get to that point.
We're not used to having good microphones around here. We do today. Keep that in mind. The mics are hot as a firecracker anyway when you're trying to have these private conversations. All right. She's been sworn. All right, you may proceed.
Ms. Lee, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Stephanie Lee. I'm the mother of Jimmy Dale Lee III.
And you said you're the mother of Jimmy Dale J. Lee III?
Yes, ma'am.
So what did Jay Lee like? What did he like?
Jay.
Okay. Is that what y'all refer to him as?
Yes, ma'am. He's always wanted to be called Jay since early on.
You could tell me where are you from, Miss Lee?
I'm Jackson, Mississippi.
And is that where Jay was raised?
Yes, born and raised in Jackson, Mississippi.
So did he go to high school in Jackson?
Yes, ma'am. Started off at Oak Forest Elementary, then went later on went to Southwell Middle School and Forest Hill, where he graduated from Forest Hill.
Is everybody here on? And when did Jay graduate?
2019.
And can you tell us a little bit about his schoolwork? Was he a good student?
Jay was very outgoing. In ninth grade, Jay started doing IB classes, international ed classes, so that he can advance his career. He then later proceeded to do IB classes. Once he did IB classes, went on to Jim Hill to do another assessment program to advance careers. Jay graduated at the top of his class, top 10 of his class. His dream was to come here to Ole Miss to complete his education in social work and a minor in business.
So did he eventually come to?
Eventually, yes. Jay's decision said, "I want to go to Ole Miss. Ole Miss is my choice." And I said, "Okay, that's where you want to go." And we got everything set up and got moved down here. And he said, "Mom, I'm gonna go down there and I'm gonna get my bachelor's degree within 3 years." I said, "Okay, you're gonna do that?" He said, "Yeah, I've got everything set up where he graduated early in high school. And so I'll be able to complete college within 3 years instead of 4 years." And Jay did come down here and complete that, make that happen.
So when did he come to Oxford to go to Ole Miss? What year?
Come in the summer right after graduation.
So would that be about 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did he graduate from Ole Miss?
I think it was 2020.
Was it the same year he went missing?
Hey, Reggie. Thank y'all for catching Reggie up. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ramley.
You could tell me.
Thank you, D-Crew.
What did Jay major in at Ole Miss?
Social work with a minor in business.
And did you attend his graduation?
Yes, me, my mother, sister, his dad, my other daughter and her family.
And would that have been around May 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
You said, if you tell me how many siblings, other children do you have?
4. It's a total 4. It's three others.
And where is Jay in that line?
Jay's my baby.
And how much older are his siblings?
7 to 8 years older.
So when Jay went to college, who paid for his college?
His dad did the majority of the payments.
So did Jay, how was Jay financially supported while in school?
His father.
And is that your husband?
Yes, ma'am. Both of us contribute, me and his father.
So after Jay graduated with social work degree, do you know what his plans were?
He's getting his bachelor's, so his plans was to go back to next fall to complete his master's.
And do you remember what apartment Jay lived in? Or,
Campus Walk. Campus Walk.
And is that on Ole Miss campus?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was like student housing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's go a little bit more. What about Jay's car? Like, how did Jay get around?
When he first came down to Ole Miss, one of the cars that we already had purchased early on, many years, he drove that here.
Sonya, you're gonna hear a lot of questions that this lady asked the mom that you think is like irrelevant. But now I do know you're gonna hear a lot of questions about the car. You're gonna hear them talk about the car and they're talking about his education and everything, because that's normally what the when they call a parent. And thank you, who said it?
Who said it? The truth. Normally when they call the parent, and I'm speaking from experience, normally when they call a parent at the beginning of the trial, they get a victim a voice and they get a victim a face. And they talk about the victim and who the victim was and this and the third. They're gonna talk about his schooling. They're gonna talk about that he was very advanced. He graduated high school early. He graduated college in 3 years and was pursuing his master's. They're gonna talk about all that. They're gonna talk about the car because the car was part of the investigation and things of that nature. Sonya, we listen. You said finally a question that matters. We're not gonna do that, boo. I can't listen. I don't know if y'all noticed, but when I do content or commentary over here on this channel, I be very like, give me a word for it, the truth, because I always get it too.
Passionate. You're very passionate.
I think I'd be very. I also think I'd be like very edgy. I'd be very It's certain things that go on the other channel that I let pass that I actually don't let pass on this channel because this is different.
Yeah, you are very shortcoming when it comes to this channel.
And I don't like.
You will quickly escalate. Yeah.
And I'm just. It's just a warning. You know what I mean? It's just a warning because I get it. You don't get the questions. You don't get it. But I've watched enough trials to know whenever they asking certain questions, it's a reason for it. It always leads into something.
It's for the jury.
The car and apartment I get, not his siblings. I am a former JC and had to attend court. Oh God. Okay. All right.
But it's for the jury. It's for the jury. The victim needs to be established of who the victim is. Remember, this is Mississippi, and this guy was gay. So you have to make him a person to the jury. Understand what I'm saying? So they're trying to lay out a lot of things for the jury to absorb that he was a person, not just a dead gay man. This is Mississippi.
Thank you, D. True.
Later on, he came to me and his father and said, "Mom, I see this car that I want. Can your dad get it for me?" So we proceeded to get it for him.
And what kind of
Ford Fusion, 2015 Ford Fusion.
And so you all bought that for Jay?
Yes, we did.
Do you remember how Jay felt about his car?
Loved his car, loved it. He proceeded to put electronics in and order things off the internet and put things in it and to make it his own.
And do you know if he borrowed it out or let people drive it?
No, ma'am, never would do it.
Would he was protective of that car?
Very much so.
You said earlier he came here. Did Jay have any pets or animals?
Yes, ma'am. Jay had Lexus. Lexus is a family dog that we had early on.
So about when did the family get Lexus?
It's been we had the dog about 13 years, about 10 to 13 years.
And how old was Jay when he went missing?
20.
Mm-hmm. So we had about 15 years. He had it for a while.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where was this dog? Was it with you all?
Came down here with Jay in Oxford.
So he lived with his dog on student housing?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about how that transpired.
So the first year Jay came down, Jay was like, "Mom, I gotta have Lexus. I want Lexus here with me." And I said, "Well, you can't have the dog at the school, I don't think." He said, "Mom, I think it can happen. I think it can be made happen." So Jay got with the counselors and everything. And then next fall that he's completed school and campus book, Jay was allowed to bring Lexus here with them.
And kind of describe, like, what kind of dog is Lexus?
A Pomeranian.
So in July 2022, where did Lexus live?
With Jay.
I want you to tell me a little bit about Jay's financial situation. Did Jay have any credit cards?
Yes, only early on in life when Jay was in junior high, his dad proceeded to get him his credit card to start establish credit for him. So yes, Jay had a credit card in 7th or 8th grade.
And what was his credit like?
I'm an 800.
I'm going to overrule your objection. I think they're laying a foundation for the case, and I'm going to overrule your objection.
You said he had credit cards. Who paid the credit cards?
His father.
So who funded Jay's life, would it be fair to say?
Myself and his father.
I want to go back to July 8th, 2022. Is that day significant to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me why that day is significant to you.
That's my birthday, July 8th.
Okay. And what about July 8th, 2022? Did anything else happen that day?
Yes, July 8th, 2022 it's a hard day to not forget. That was my birthday. And Jay would call me every year on my birthday to sing happy birthday, no matter what time it was. So around that time, about 2 o'clock in the morning, I was asleep and he texted me and said it was your birthday.
So before we go open further, I want to backtrack a little bit. You said every year he would call you to sing happy birthday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about your relationship with Jay. How often did you all talk?
Every day.
And when you say every day, was that because you called him every day? He called you? What happened?
That was every day. We both was in daily calling each other. He would communicate with me about school, what was going on. We would talk about work and different things of life expect. And there was not a day that would go by that we would not communicate with each other.
And when you say communicate, do you mean text or phone, all just phone calls?
Phone calls.
And more than once a day or just once a day?
I would talk to Jay 2 or 3 times a day when I get up in the morning, and in the evening on my way home from work, before I go to bed at night. You know, it was a touch base at all times.
And he would reach out to you too?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so let's go back to July 8th. You said it was your birthday, and I believe you said that you got a text at 2 a.m. You didn't get it. When did you receive Jay's text message?
So I woke up about maybe in the 4 o'clock hour, and I went into his room. I don't know what led me there, but I went into his room and I looked at my phone and I seen that he had texted me at 2. But Jay holds a job also here. And so I said, okay, I won't call him back now because maybe he's sleeping. I'll get back in communication with him a little while. By the time I think he'd get up for work.
So you said Jay holds a job. Well, before that, you went to his room. Where were you located?
I was in Jackson, Mississippi.
Okay. And that's where you currently still live?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said he had a job. What job did he have?
Mental health program here. It was an internship. He was doing his interns within a mental health program here.
Was that for like class credit?
Yes, ma'am.
So jump back in. You said that you went to his room. You thought, I'm not going to bother him. Did you ever try to reach out to him again?
I kind of nodded off a little bit, trying to give him enough time to get up. But in the morning at 7 o'clock, because me and his dad was getting ready to travel because it was my birthday. So I kind of like responded to a text where he's a happy face, letting him know that I received his text because I'm not sure if he's getting up for work or whatever he was going to be doing. So we were in the process of getting ready to go out of town to Biloxi, Mississippi, and I gave him a text back with a smiley face.
And what were you expecting?
I was expecting his call at that point because of him knowing that I'm up. Okay, first thing he's gonna do, hey mama, it's your birthday, happy birthday, I love you. You know.
And that was every year he called you and saying that?
Yes.
And did you get a response?
I did not.
And about what time was this?
It was in the 7 o'clock hour. So when I did not receive that response.
And you're talking about AM or PM?
AM.
Okay. So go on. When you didn't receive that response, what did you do?
I kind of brushed it off a little bit, saying maybe he was sleeping because he had been up earlier on texting me. So I said, okay, maybe he's sleeping. You know, he'll get in touch with me as soon as possible. So me and his dad proceeded to go out of town.
What were your plans for that day?
My plans was my husband was taking me out for my birthday. We was going to drive down to Biloxi for my birthday.
But how long does it take to get from Jackson to Biloxi?
Roughly about 3 hours.
So did you try to call him? He didn't answer.
Yes, in the process of going down there, I hadn't received a call, and that wasn't normal. And I was driving down there, I was looking at his location. I said, it's not like Jay not to call me. You know, all days he's gonna call me, but you know, like when we travel, he will call, hey, I see you all are here, I see you all are there, where are you going, you know.
And how would he see you if you are there? What are you referring to?
He shared his locations. He had a location, I had his location.
And this was using your phone?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
And you said you checked his location. When you checked his location, what did you see?
When I first seen his location, when I first checked his location was he was just showing he was at Campus Wall, his apartment. And that was early on. And so, like I said, we proceeded to go on out of town. And once we proceeded to go on out of town, doing the trip, I just told my husband, I said, I hadn't heard from Jay. This is not normal. I said, Jay would have called, which my husband knows already too. He said, that's strange. He didn't call. I said, yes, he had to call. I hadn't heard from the early on text. And I was just worried the whole trip down there. So we proceeded to go on down there. And we got to our destination, and I just continued to try and call Jay periodically throughout the day and didn't get a response.
And so after trying to call him and not getting a response, what did you do?
It was later on in the evening. So
this is still July 8th?
Yes, ma'am, it's still July 8th. It was later on in the evening, and my husband, I said, I'm just puzzled. I'm not content with not being able to communicate with him. And he said, baby, well, we'll lay here tonight and we'll go to Oxford first thing in the morning. And that's what we did.
And did you reach out to anyone in Oxford?
I did. In the process of that, I made a number of calls to Oxford PD, doing wellness check. I called periodically the day of July 8th, probably not, maybe more, I'm not sure, but I kept calling and telling them that I needed them to go and do a wellness check with my baby.
So in July 8th, you did report that you were worried about him to authorities in Oxford?
Yes, ma'am.
So I believe you said that night, did y'all stay in Biloxi? Kind of go through that.
Yes, ma'am, we did. We sit there, and in the process of staying there, this is when his location went off, like someone discarded his phone, where everybody had a star up there where I couldn't see his location. So I proceeded to call. I knew that he communicated with Jose. So I reached out to my oldest child and I said, can you communicate with Jose? Can you find his number on Instagram or somewhere so maybe he can go over to the apartment to see if he sees Jay car or something, what's going on, because I can't connect Jay. So in the process of this, Taylor communicated with Jose, and Jose went over to the apartment. Well, Mama Lee, I hear the dog in the house. I hear Lexus there. And Jay wouldn't leave Lexus too often because Jay take Lexus everywhere he go. And I hear the dog in the apartment, but I don't see Jay's car. And also, Jay shared locations with Jose here too. And also Jay's shared locations too.
Hearsay as to what, right,
The witness
Wait.
told her about the fraud.
all right, what's the state?
Your Honor, we are not offering this. One, the state didn't elicit any of that, but two, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter, Your Honor. We're offering it to show why she was calling up to Oxford for a welfare check, how she's getting into they're gonna go up to Oxford. It's not being offered to say that he was or wasn't there, but for the effect on Miss Lee.
Limited, very limited. Okay.
Is there a way we could get her some water or something?
We'll get water too, please.
Thank you.
Make the objection clear that she can, what objecting to the fact that she reacted on behalf of the conversation, which is whether or not Tuesday, you're saying, I understand the court's ruling. We're limited.
We're gonna move on from that line of question anyway.
So, Ms. Lee, without going into what anyone said, did you, this point we were, you checked with Jose. Who is Jose?
Jose is Jay's friend.
And after hearing from Jose and not hearing back from Jay, what did you and your husband do next while in Biloxi?
We packed up our bags and we packed our bags and we drove across from Biloxi, Mississippi, all the way here to Oxford, Mississippi.
And when you got here, did you go to Jay's apartment?
We went directly to Jay's apartment, yes, ma'am.
Was he there?
No, ma'am, he was not.
And did you contact law enforcement when you got there?
Yes, we did.
Had Jay been found by that point?
No, ma'am.
Since that time, have you heard from Jay Lee, your son, again?
No, ma'am.
What was the last thing you ever heard from your son?
It's your birthday with that text they sent.
And that was at 2 a.m. on July 8th?
Yes, ma'am.
And since that time, and you talked about, the credit cards, have there been any charges that you've had to pay for Jay's credit cards?
No, ma'am.
Even to, this is 2022, it's now December 3rd, 2024. Since that time, have there been any charges on those cards?
No, ma'am.
Have there been any withdrawals from his accounts?
No, ma'am.
You said Lexus?
Yes.
Where is Lexus now?
With Jay's sister, Taylor Carey.
And who took Lexus from Oxford?
My daughter, Jessica Hogan.
So did Jay ever come back and get Lexus?
No, ma'am.
Did you all ever get Jay's stuff in Oxford?
It's still here in the house. That's
So y'all came and got some of his stuff?
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all had access to his apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
When you had access to his apartment, were his bags packed?
No, ma'am.
Were items of clothing missing?
No, ma'am.
From what you could tell, were his prized possessions still there?
Yes, ma'am.
You stated that you and Jay talk every day. Was Jay happy?
Yes, he was.
Ever expressed to you anything about wanting to end his life?
No, ma'am.
Brief indulgence. Has Jay ever disappeared for long periods of time?
No, ma'am.
Since you gave birth to him, have you ever gone a day without talking to him?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Ms. Lee, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And does that photograph accurately represent what Jay looks like in 2022 when he was 20 years old?
Yes, ma'am.
And has there been any alterations to it since it was provided to the state?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor. And who's in a picture of? I apologize.
It's my son, Jay Lee. This was his first day of his first job when he first graduated high school.
And at this time, I moved to enter into evidence a photograph of Jay.
Photograph B is you gonna do these S1s and B1s, or how you doing?
S1.
All right. S1 be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish this group?
You may. That's the bailiff. Oh, you gonna do it the new fangled way? Go ahead.
We can display it. There we go.
Oh, y'all screen's working over there? Okay, let me know if they ever done, okay?
Okay.
Help you with the
There's a little
sun.
bit of glare. Oh, it's just the screen? It's just my screen. Okay. Ms. Lee.
Yes.
Is that the photo, S1 that you just identified of your son?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that that accurately represents what he looked like when he was when you last saw him?
Actually, he had braids. He had put some braids in his hair.
Okay, so having braids in his hair, how did Jay normally like to dress?
Flamboyant.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you very well.
He's real flamboyant. He just had this outgoing, he would put on silk slacks and shirts, flower shirts, nice shirts to go with it. And
So you said he flamboyantly dressed.
yes,
He was a happy kid.
he's very happy.
Everybody good on the jury? All right. You make a motion now.
Jury done with the David Young. Okay, I got you. Ms. Lee, good morning.
Morning.
This photograph, your direct testimony, this was taken when you graduated high school. Is that correct? Or
So
shortly
the
after?
summer, shortly after.
And when did he braid his hair? Did he do that shortly after he got to Ole Miss?
It was different times he would do it. It wasn't shortly after. It was different times. He would wear different hairstyles.
And for purposes of the record, you stated you went to Oxford and arrived about what time?
And give your exact time that I arrived.
And prior to this particular date, can you tell me the last time you'd been to Jay Lee's apartment?
I came down, the last time I came to his apartment was in May when he graduated college,
Okay.
receiving his bachelor's degree.
So in May, you came to see him
Graduate.
went by his apartment in May, and the next time would have been July the 8th when you left.
No, that's not correct.
Okay,
He
when's the
also
next
came
time?
down for the 4th of July holiday.
Okay,
He had just home for the 4th of July holiday. He came down for the holiday weekend.
I just want to make sure, came graduation 4th of July weekend, and did you stay at Jay's apartment?
No, actually, he came home for the holiday, 4th of July.
No, I'm sorry, Ms. Lee, I don't think you understood my question. If I ask a question, and
What was your
my
question?
question was the last time you come to Oxford and been to his
The
apartment.
last time I came in May when he graduated college.
That's right. So he came home in July,
That's correct.
and he had braids in his hair at that time?
No, he did not.
Okay, but he wore braids regularly and dressed flamboyantly during this time frame of July the 8th.
Different times he would change his sense of style, his hairstyles.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lee, that's all.
Ms. Lee, you said the last time was July 4th, the last time you saw Jay in person?
Actually, it was July 6th before I went to work that morning. Jay was at home, but he also had a job that he holds. So he went to leave Jackson to come back to Oxford before I got off work that evening.
Okay. And the July 4th was like a family thing?
It was a family gathering, yes, ma'am.
And so he was in Jackson July 4th and then July 6th, and he went back up to Oxford for work for July 7th?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
This week you find excused so that she can be in the courtroom.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Lee, you're excused as a witness. If you wish to stay in the courtroom, you can, or you're free to go. Whichever one you like, okay? On our next witness, are we gonna need some time before? Y'all discuss that and see if we're going to need to ask the jury to step out. Y'all gonna get plenty of exercise. It's gonna be on a short burst, but y'all gonna get a lot of exercise. Especially the man I got on custody, right? So there's a lot of exercise. So remember the court instructions, don't discuss the case, don't want to press upon any opinions about the case. All right,
Okay, y'all, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit because this next witness, and I think, let me see, The next witness is the advisor from the school, and they had a little thing where they were questioning, the prosecution was questioning whether or not her testimony would be relevant.
Who would you
Let
state
me
calls
pause.
the next witness?
So the prosecution was questioning whether or not her testimony would be relevant, so they went back and forth. The judge made a couple of rulings about what they can ask her and what they couldn't ask her, and then finally she came on the stand. So that's where I'm gonna start it at. Okay. All right, here we go. Thank y'all again for joining. Please continue to hit the like button. Feel free to support the channel. Rambling, I know the truth had to step away. You still here? I can't tell. Let me look at the other screen. I think Rambling is gone too. Well, the truth is still up here. He walked away, y'all, but I think Rambling dropped down. Okay, here we go.
Come around, Mr. Buford. We'll get the jury slated and then we'll get you sworn in, okay? All right, you may be, let's swear the witness, please. Come around, have a seat with witness there.
Thank you, Fine Mary. Thank you, boo.
You may proceed when ready.
Thank you. Can you tell the jury who you are and what you do?
Hi, my name is Jennifer Buford. I work at the University of Mississippi in the Department of Social Work. I serve as a clinical instructor of social work and field education director. And Jay Lee was in my class at the time that he went missing.
How long have you been in that position?
I've worked at the University of Mississippi for approximately 12 years.
And have you been a field supervisor? Is that what you called it?
Field education director.
Field education director. What does that mean?
I supervise field education internships for social work students at both the bachelor's and the master's level.
Okay, placing students in a professional setting.
That's correct. Making
Students.
sure that they meet CSWE competencies as they are practicing.
Okay. And you said Jay Lee was a participant in what's major? Do you know?
Social work.
Social work.
Bachelor's in social work student.
Okay. Were there requirements, like standards before they could participate?
Sure.
In that internship program?
Intern students are required to complete all other classwork, all classes aside from the internship and seminar class.
All right. So in May of 2022, had Jay Lee completed his requirements degree?
All of the requirements aside from the internship and seminar class, which is a 12-hour class.
And as far as those requirements, do you know whether he graduated with any kind of honors or anything? Do you know?
His graduation was an honorary graduation because he wasn't there to complete.
Okay. But as far as scholastic honors, do you know whether he had any scholastic honors?
No, I do not.
Okay. You're saying he didn't, or you don't know?
I don't know that he did. No.
Okay. And do you know whether he participated in any groups, organizations on the campus?
Yeah, he was a member of the Black Student Union Association and ASB,
okay,
Associated Student Body, and worked with the LGBTQ community on campus.
Okay, with that organization. Do you know if he held any positions in those organizations?
From his email signature, he said he was director of that.
All right. Can you tell the jury how long you were aware of Jay in a professional capacity, him as a student and you as a field education advisor?
So I met Jay Lee in the fall of when he enrolled in Social Work 335, which is social work practice 1. My next class with Jay Lee was in the spring of 2022, where fields of social work, where we were preparing for the internship experience in that class. And then the last time in the summer of 2022, where he was completing his internship experience.
Were you able to make any observations about him as a person, his personality?
Yeah, I mean, Jay Lee was a strong presence. He was very outspoken, expressive, and he communicated his thoughts and feelings, very well.
Do you know whether he had a pet?
I do know that he had a pet because he reached out once the fall semester, the first semester, and asked if it was okay if he could bring his pet to class.
Did you authorize that?
No, I cannot authorize that because it was against the policies, but he, asked every one of his teachers if he could bring his Pomeranian, I believe it was, who had had for 10 years.
All right. Did we recommend he be placed in an internship setting?
I met with him to discuss various options, including what his interests were and what internships were available. And through that, we together decided that CPS was the choice that he actually ended up working at, Lafayette County CPS. So, and
What is the Lafayette County CPS?
it's Child Protective Services.
And what
They protect the children of Lafayette County from child abuse, neglect,
things of that nature?
investigate, yes.
All right. And your responsibilities as the field advisor, while he was in that program, would you have been in contact with him?
Oh, yes.
Daily, weekly?
Our class would meet on Fridays, usually from 10 to 12. Other than that, I would meet, as a matter of fact, the last time I met with him and the field instructor was in June, mid-June, for our midterm evaluation.
Midterm evaluation. So on July 8th of 2022, would Jay Lee have been still placed with the Lafayette County PS?
That's correct.
How long was that program to continue?
Until the end of July. So he had to complete 400 hours during that summer.
And do you know how many hours he had completed up until July the 8th?
He was within a few weeks of finished.
So he wasn't done?
No.
Okay. And how did you find out that he never showed back up at his spot as an intern at Lafayette County CPS after July the 8th?
I believe his field instructor reached out and told me that he was not at the internship. And she was just kind of concerned about him. Yeah.
Let's bring it to an end anyway.
Anybody daily not supposed to be?
Prior to that, no.
That's all I have.
Your Honor, no questions for this witness.
All right. May this witness be finally excused? Thank you for being here. You're welcome to stay. Okay. All right. Normally lunch is whenever we get to a stopping point.
So now they're about to take lunch, y'all. And then they came back. Now, this portion I did not see because I was on live with y'all when they came back. So we're going to start. Okay, make sure I start at the beginning. We're going to start when this next witness comes up. All right. We're going to start right here, y'all.
I noticed over the years that being on the jury is sort of like being in church. You got your seat anyway. You know, I got my seat at church, and somebody said to my church, "What are you doing in my seat anyway?" But just works out that way. Feel free to sit where you like. I trust the jury had no problem with the court's instruction about discussing the case or forming any opinions about the case. If you ever have any problems with guard, let me know. I hope the lunch was of sufficient quantity and quality to satisfy everybody, okay? If you have any complaints, talk to the clerk. He's the head chef over there anyway, but he's, I think he'll take good care of you. All right, who would take call as the next witness?
This time it's going to call Jose Reyes.
One more time.
Jose Reyes.
Jose Reyes. If you would raise your right hand and be sworn in, please. Right around and have a seat. You may proceed.
Mr. Reyes, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Jose Reyes. I've been a good friend with Jay Lee since undergrad. And I live in Marshall County with my family. And I went to school here for undergrad and also graduate school for social work.
Okay, so that was a lot. So tell me, you were good friends with Jay Lee.
Yes.
So you were familiar with him in Jay's case.
Correct, yes.
And before we get into that, you said you went to undergrad. Where did you go for undergrad?
Here at the University of Mississippi.
Okay, and what year did you come to the University of Mississippi?
2019.
And have you graduated?
Yes, ma'am. I graduated in 2023 with my undergraduate, and then I came back and did my master's and finished this past summer.
And what is your degree in?
Social work.
Is your master's in that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed in that field?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
What do you do for work?
I work as a therapist in community mental health.
So let's go on to Jay Lee. How did you meet him?
Funny enough, we met at an Ariana Grande concert in 2019. We were actually living in the same residence hall, but we didn't know about that until later when we met at that concert. And then ever since then, we both realized we love Ariana Grande. And since then, we've just hit it off. And then we later discovered that we were also in the same major. So we just stuck together since then.
And so you said that would be 2019 when you were a freshman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And up until his disappearance in 2022, were you all still close friends?
Yes, ma'am.
You could sort of describe your friendship.
The best way I would describe our friendship would be very much like a sisterly bond, meaning like we would banter, we would gossip, very playful friendship. It was more so like a sister. I didn't really consider Jay Lee as a friend, more so as a sister, but not even like he did identify with he, him pronouns and was cisgender, but more, and I guess in queer world, sister's just like your sis. But
Well, actually, I'll have more.
yeah,
You said that did Jay Lee identify as a woman?
he did not. He was actually cisgendered. He was comfortable with how he was born. That may not appear the way he presented himself physically, but we had many conversations. He said that he identified as male, was comfortable in his skin.
So when you say presents himself physically, how did he dress?
Fashionable would be a term. Very unapologetically, very true to himself. He did not care who had anything to say. If he wanted to wear high heels for his 9 a.m. on a Tuesday, he definitely would.
So kind of tell me more about his personality. What was Jay like?
Very vibrant, very silly, very caring, very compassionate. As we spoke, we were both in the same field. We were going towards social work, so you can only imagine how much compassion, how much love and care he had for other people. Very sweet, outgoing, family-oriented.
So I kind of want to go back for a minute, just in case the jury didn't fully, I want them to make sure they understand. You used the term cisgendered. You were trying to say essentially that Jay identified as a man and that's how he was born and he knew he was a man.
Correct, yes ma'am.
Okay. Are you aware of Jay ever tried to trick anyone to think he was a woman?
No ma'am.
But Joey's comfortable being male.
Yes ma'am.
You said that he was family oriented. Did he talk about his family?
Yes, quite often. He seemed like he had a very, very close connection with his family. He would mention to me that he would speak to his mother daily. He would tell me about his stories with him and his sister. Okay, can you hear me loud and clear though?
Yes, you can make sure just speak a little. It's kind of a big room. Okay. And so you were saying that you were saying that he was family oriented, and y'all spoke about that.
Yes.
Okay. And you would say y'all were really close friends?
Yes, ma'am.
As a part of that, how often did you all talk to each other?
Daily. We would text here and there, and every once in a while, I'd get my FaceTime call from him.
So did the communication stay the same throughout the school year or into the summer? Did anything change?
I mean, it dwindled a little bit considering he started his internship, so he was fairly busy with his internship. And I was busy trying to enjoy the little bit of my summer before I went back to school. I still had a job at that time, but he was mostly tied up with his internship responsibilities.
So in July 2022, did you still hear from Jaylee often?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when the last time you spoke to Jaylee was?
It was actually the day before on Thursday. It was around close in at the day. I believe it was like 4:57, 58. I remember getting a FaceTime call from him. I had just came back from a walk around the neighborhood, and I got a call, and he was just telling me about his day. He was ready to go. It wasn't a long conversation, but we definitely did speak on that Thursday.
And that Thursday would be July 7th?
Correct, yes.
So when you spoke to Jay, was he in a good mood? What was his attitude like?
Yeah, he was in a good mood, happy that it was the end of the day. He was just telling me we should do something this weekend.
So without getting into anything that he particularly said, was he in a happy mood? Was he sad, depressed? Was he in a good mood?
He seemed in a good mood, yes. He was in good spirits.
And in your friendship with Jay, had you ever experienced him any type of suicidal ideation or any type of thing of that nature?
Not at all.
And is that something you would recognize considering your field of work?
For sure. He definitely has a loud, vibrant personality, so I definitely would have noticed him off if there was anything like that.
Are you aware of if Jay had any social media accounts?
Yes.
Okay, can you kind of tell me a few the social media accounts that he had?
Well, Instagram, of course, Facebook, Twitter, which was what it was called at that point, TikTok.
And about how often did he post on these accounts?
Fairly often. I consider Jay Lee as my little celebrity. He would post on live. He would post just about anything. If it was a award show, if it was something that was going on, I would hear from him somewhere online.
Would it be fair to say you would see a post from him somewhere daily?
Can you repeat your question?
Would it be fair to say that you would see a post from Jay, maybe a story or anything on one of the social media accounts daily?
Yes. There would not be a day that Jay Lee would not post. Whether it was something of him or just something that he had reshared or reposted, he was online pretty actively.
Since July 8, 2022, have you seen any new posts from Jay Lee?
Unfortunately, no. I wish I had. I miss my little celebrity.
And let's talk a little bit more about, did Jay have any pets?
Do you have any pets?
Yes.
Yes, he had this spoiled Pomeranian named Alexi. That was his daughter.
And,
much.
Do you know if he was close to Lexi or Lexus, the dog?
He was very, very close to, yes, I love that you included her government name. Yes, he's very close to Lexi. He would not really go anywhere without her. She had a backseat cage just for her, and it wasn't even a cage. She was spoiled, like I said, so it was like a little pink, comfy couch for her. She was always with him.
And how did you know that they were close?
I mean, it was so obvious. I mean, during this time, we would probably have their Christmas photo card by now. I remember one year he dressed her up in.
Continue with your answer. You said around this time they would be sending out the Christmas photo shoot. What 1 year? What did they do?
So he would dress Lexi up, and he would be in his Christmas jammies and pose in front of the Christmas tree, and that would be their photo shoot. They would often go on museum dates, go on walks. She was very, very spoiled.
As to Jay Lee's, how did Jay Lee get around Oxford? Do you know?
Usually through his own car.
Do you remember what kind of car he had?
Before he went missing, he had I believe, a black Impala.
So it was a black like sedan type car.
Yes.
Did he ever allow you to drive that car?
Only once, and that was strictly for me to run an errand for him.
And what was that errand?
To get his oil changed.
So did he ever, if you needed to borrow it to go someplace, did he allow you to drive it places?
No, I never really got to joyride it. Besides that one time I took it to get his oil changed. I believe he was probably getting like his hair done or something at that time.
You sort of talked about the LGBTQ community and that you all were sisters. Are you also a part of the LGBTQ community?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with down low?
I am.
What does that mean?
Would be a word to describe someone who may be a little discreet in their identity, may not really be comfortable with being known that they have interest in same-sex or LGBTQI activities or things. So kind of like how it sounds down low, just keeping it on the down low, very discreet, not wanting to be known that they were also into that kind of stuff.
And so would that mean that people who are down low, are they, like you said, you identified yourself as a part of the LGBTQ community. Is that something a person on the down low would do in public in court like this?
Can you repeat your question?
So you testified that you are a part of the LGBTQ community. Based on your definition of down low, is that something a person who identifies as down low would do, identify themselves publicly?
No, ma'am, they definitely would not. Very discreet.
Brief indulgence. On the day, July 8th, 2022, I believe you said the last time you talked to him was on the 7th, right? The day before?
Yes, that's correct.
So on July 8th, 2022, did you have any contact with Jay Lee?
Yes, I reached out to him sometime in the middle of the day because I had not responded to his last message from him. And I had sent him, it was like a music video, but I did not hear back from him. And then I later reached out again once I realized that we were wondering where he was.
So how did you learn that no one knew where he was?
I was contacted by his sister, just asking me, had I heard from him? And I said no. At that point, that made me concerned because it must mean a lot if his sister's reaching out to me.
What did you do after having learned that information? Did you try to call him, check on him?
So I instantly texted him. Obviously, I texted him, and upon texting him, I noticed that the messages were green, meaning that they didn't send blue. I have an iPhone, so they weren't blue, and that's when I was like, okay, this is weird. And then I started calling him. Nothing was going through, and that's when I started getting more concerned. At that point, I didn't know what to think.
And did you try to search for him or do anything of that nature?
So after not hearing from him and after my phone calls not going through, my texts going green, yes. So at the time, I believe if I remember correctly, I was at my parents' house with an ex-boyfriend, and I was like, something's up. I asked him, would you mind coming with me?
He said what he said.
I didn't hear you here, so
The question I had asked Mr. Reyes was if you look for him, and you said you were at your parents' house and that you were with the ex-boyfriend, and you were telling your ex-boyfriend that you were worried. Well, what happened next?
So at that point, I suggested, can we go? Because I live in Potts Camp, so for reference, that's like 50 minutes from here in Marshall County, and go up there. Cars at his parked outside of his apartment complex. And then my parents, they weren't comfortable with me and him going alone, so they accompanied us as well. So we all hopped in our and we headed to his was not there. I went up to his door. He was not there. I knocked on his door and all I could hear was Lexi through the door.
So you could hear the dog in there. And since that time, have you seen or heard from your friend Jaylee?
I have not.
Brief indulgence.
Ask you a couple of questions about your social media connections or contact with Jay Lee. Can you tell me what accounts that you used through Snapchat or Instagram when you communicated with Mr. Lee?
So we would primarily contact each other through iMessage, so through text. Every once in a while, we would send something to each other through Instagram, like a funny video or a post that we saw online.
Okay. And would it be a fair statement that that you were familiar with Mr. Lee's, according to what your direct testimony was, his sexual preferences?
Can you repeat your question?
Were you familiar with Mr. Lee's sexual preferences?
As far as?
Through your conversations with him, whether or not he was homosexual or bisexual or what he identified as. You're familiar with that, being in the same community with him, correct?
Yes.
And is it a fair statement that Mr. Lee was transsexual? Is that a fair statement?
It is not.
Well, tell me, based on what I understand on the reports that I've been provided, information that would lead someone to believe that's the fact. What is your representation that he was straight?
So as I mentioned previously, I said that he was cisgender, and he also liked men as well, but he was comfortable in his own skin.
All right, but as far as his activity, and you knew him, apparently y'all were best friends or close to being really good friends, right?
Yes.
Okay. As far as your connection with him, is it a fair statement that Mr. Lee dress up as a woman or in that manner and hook up with men, both of the community as well as individuals that you characterize as down low? Fair statement?
What was your question? What was your
question? Is he dressed up flamboyantly as basically as a woman, correct? A lot of times.
He dressed as Jay Lee.
Okay, it's Jay Lee. But understand, but if someone, he just dressed up, if you just looked at him, he appeared to be dressed up as a woman on a lot of occasions, or at least in a feminine manner. Is that a fair statement?
He dressed very fashionably.
Okay, all right. So would it also be a fair statement that he, quote unquote, liked to hook up with people that were on the down low?
Excuse me?
With a fair statement based on, is it a fair statement based on what you know about Jay Lee that he liked to hook up with individuals that were, what you testified earlier, were on the down low, that he liked to do that? Is that right?
What's the relevancy to this question, sir? Can you rephrase it? I'm sorry.
Well, I want to, and I'm trying not to ask you anything that I understand that you've already provided in the statement, but my question is that whether or not Jay Lee liked to hook up with individuals, I'm not saying whether it's men or women or what, but individuals that were on the down low. He liked to do that, correct?
No.
Well, do you recall on July the 11th, giving a statement to Sergeant Douglas and Lieutenant Queen Jones, where you in fact told him?
I don't know what the state says, I don't know. Not the general statute. So, your approach.
again, Mr. Reyes, you recall giving a statement on July the 11th to Sergeant Douglas and Lieutenant Queen Jones. I believe, I don't know exactly where you were, but you remember giving a statement to those two police officers.
What was the statement?
Well, I'm just asking, do you remember talking to them first?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember making the statement to them, or did you in fact make the statement to them that Lee liked to hook up with people who were on the down low?
Is that what it says?
Making that statement.
It was 2 years ago, so I'm not quite sure what exactly I said.
At this point, you can't admit or deny that you made the statement. Is that a fair statement? I'm going to, but I want to make sure you give him one more opportunity. Do you remember making that statement?
No, I do not remember making that statement.
Mayor,
I have an objection to this as well, because that's not his statement. That's.
Yes.
My objection is make the statement. I'm saying that you're going to.
Just out of curiosity, can y'all hear me when I'm up here whispering? Good, that's what it's supposed to be.
Maybe. John, I'd like to have this item marked, identification.
Identification or mark. I guess that could be D1.
Can we just do 1, 2, 3, 4?
Without the S.
No, I'm doing the S and D.
What's the?
I'll do D1.
Do whatever you want to. You make it D1? All right, that's right, we know, right?
Friday at this time. May I approach the witness, young? Fred?
Yes.
I want you to look at this, what's been identified in D1. And if you would look over it, please, and read it and tell me, after you read it, let me know that you've read it, okay? It's 2 pages. You done with it, Mr. Rick?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. review offenses for identification, even when you recall making those.
I was trying to come off mute, my device being stubborn. Melissa, what you think he learned about, sweetie? Let me know. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear me. Because my device died and then I had to come back on another one. But Melissa, what you think he learned about?
Statements to the two detectives. I referenced early investigators. Remember making that statement?
A similar statement, but I'm not sure if I used those terms that you stated.
And also, can you state whether or not, based on your relationship with Mr. Lee, having knowledge of his activity within the community, whether or not he would hook up with people on a regular basis?
What does a regular basis look like?
Well, regular basis. I mean,
thank y'all. Thank you.
Referencing this with, more than once a week, on a regular basis.
Oh no, Jay was very protective about that stuff. He only did so with people he had talked to at least for a little bit.
Okay. And in fact, he didn't tell you the names of any of the people that he hooked up with, but provided to you nicknames, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as far as the statement that you made to Miss Douglas, Detective Sergeant Douglas and Lieutenant Jones, you did that voluntarily. They just were interviewing you to basically, this was on July the 11th, just brought you in, interviewed. It was voluntary on your part. You were free and open about your relationship with Jay Lee, your friendship, things of that nature. Fair statement?
Fair.
Can you tell me the names of the social media, either Snapchat or Instagram messages or anything like that? You previously testified that y'all just really Snapchatted, right? Mostly. Did you ever do any social media or Instagram with him through any accounts at all?
What do you mean?
Did you message him through any Instagram accounts ever?
Yes, I stated earlier that we contacted each other mostly through iMessage and every once in a while through Instagram and Snapchat.
I thought that's what you said. I want to make sure.
Yes, sir.
What was the name of your account at that time?
Which account?
That you used primarily with Jay Lee?
I would use my Instagram account. I'm not too sure what it's actually called, but it's a variation of my name, Jose.
Okay. And look, Mr. Reyes, I'm not trying to tie you down to remember what you used 2 years ago, but you recall, if you can recall that account that you used during that time frame that you communicated with Jay Lee.
Yes, I said it was a variation of my name, Jose. So it was spelled HOE.SAY.
Okay. And you recall the
I
name
think it is. Hold on, I'm trying to see why y'all can't see. What happened? Hold on, y'all. Oh, I needed to put y'all back on the screen. I'm sorry. I think it is Fun Baby. I'm sorry, y'all. When I dropped off, it took y'all off the it took the screen down. I didn't put it back up. Okay. All right, there we go. Girl, we don't do listen, we don't never like the defense lawyer, do we, Fun Baby? We don't ever like the defense because they just be assholes. Okay, let's see. Y'all can still hear it. Y'all just couldn't see it, right? Because I was listening to it on my other device. Okay, here we go.
World changes his username. I want to say it might have been something like I am Jay Lee or something of that nature.
Okay. Now, you indicated that that you've never had any conversations where Mr. Lee ever had any suicidal thoughts or ideations of suicide. You did have conversations with him through social media or through some of these accounts about Jay Lee's his activities within the community there. As far as hookups, names he wouldn't provide, things that he did, things that he preferred, things that was that, or about it, but some of his conversations involved conduct on Mr. Lee's part, where he kind of enjoyed the fact that you see guys out and be dressed like a woman, and they kind of find out he was a woman. Like later on, he kind of some of the information that's been provided as a result of search warrants that University Police Department, that he would hook up with individuals dressed in the manner that you previously described.
All right, let me try to fix it. Let me try to fix it. I think I didn't do the auto. Hold on. Yes, I did. I switched it. I don't know why it's going in and out. Let's see. All right, let me see if it still does it.
And in a manner, he dressed up in that fashion, right? When he was dressed up like that, right?
No, sir.
He never did that?
He may have, but that wasn't, he did not dress up just to meet with these people.
Mr. S, I didn't say that, but just to meet those people, he did that generally.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
During the course of, quote unquote, some of the hookups that you referenced, he would dress in that manner. Fair to say?
He dressed that yes, okay. Generally, yes.
Thank you. And also, you're familiar with the fact that Jay Lee, as far as his routine and habit there in the community, as far as the LGBTQ community, he was one of the individuals that was well recognized in the community in the Oxford area, right?
Yes.
And also that you state that he wouldn't go anywhere without the dog, but he didn't take his dog out when he was engaged to hook up with folks in this area. Fair statement?
That's fair.
And also his hookups that you're making reference to, a lot of times, Mr. Harrison, some of these hookups were people, and let's be honest, that he'd never met before, except through social media, that he would meet through social media, get dressed, or go meet people out in the community late at night, all hours of the day. Fair statement?
I don't believe they were random, or I don't believe they were.
I'm not necessarily saying they're random. I'm saying whether or not you meet them through social media or through conversations as as a result of his activity in the community. A lot of times we'll go out and meet them in different places in the community, right?
I'm not familiar with where he was meeting them at.
So it'd be a fair statement, Mr. Reyes, that Jay Lee likewise was participating in the download aspect of that community. Those individuals you described that they keep it secret, but he was participating in that aspect of the download community. Fair statement?
No, not
Well,
a fair statement.
You do know for certain individuals that he hooked up with. One of the nicknames, according to you, and other to associate those names with people that you didn't know, he kept himself, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it would be a fair statement as what you described as in download community. He was working or he was doing things that he was keeping secret and all of that, or at least to you, about what he was doing in his personal sexual life and the sexual activity that he was carrying on. Fair statement?
Can you rephrase your statement, please?
He wasn't telling you everything he was doing in his private life.
Correct.
But he did represent to you that he had associated names with numbers of people, whether it be Eugene or medical students, and there were other nicknames that he told you about, right? Numerous nicknames of other people, right?
Maybe not numerous. Those are just a few of the ones that I recall.
Okay. Those all that you can recall at the time you gave that statement. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I used to get my man good use of English, you know, but that's something that you just finished.
When you got back to, when you went by Mr. Lee's apartment, what was it? Did you go inside?
I did not go inside. I did not go inside. The door was locked from the outside.
The door was locked from the outside?
Stayed on campus, so the way the doors work on campus, you have to have key card access. That's the only way you can get into the room.
You know how many times you were interviewed, Mr. Reyes, by members either the University Police Department or Oxford Police Department?
No, sir, I cannot recall.
You don't recall any of those conversations?
I recall the conversation.
I'm sorry, I rephrased my question. You don't remember how many times you were interviewed?
No, sir.
That's all I have.
Jose, I want to give you a chance to clear some stuff up I was confused about on cross-examination.
Okay.
So, what was Jay Lee's sexual orientation?
Homosexual.
So he was gay?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe defense counsel was asking about like transsexual, like when you stated Jay Lee's gender, what did Jay Lee identify as?
Male.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Males.
Yeah.
So as I mentioned earlier, cisgender. So he was born male. He was comfortable with his male, like how he was. Yes.
And you believe they said that he would dress as in a feminine way sometimes. That's what was said on cross. Was that accurate? Sometimes he would dress in a feminine way.
In a fashionable way, yes, ma'am.
And when he would dress that way, was that his usual thing?
Yes, ma'am.
And so, like, when you say fashionable, was he wearing dresses every day, pants every day? Like, what? Describe some of that.
I mean, sometimes it might be a pantsuit, sometimes it might be a dress. It just depended on his mood. Obviously, in college, sometimes we're running late, so sometimes it was sweats in the sweatshirt, but mostly when he could, he would dress to the fullest.
And just so we can make sure that it's clear, did he dress this way, as far as your knowledge, to attract men?
No, ma'am. He dressed that way for himself. I don't think he ever seeks validation from men. Like I said earlier, very unapologetically.
We talked about participating in the down low culture. Was Jay Lee down low?
No, ma'am. As fashionably as he dressed, no, ma'am.
So it was obvious that he was gay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But when opposing counsel was talking about participating in the down low culture, I think he was referencing Jay didn't out people.
Correct.
Can you kind of explain what that means to out people?
So a lot of times, as I mentioned, sometimes men that are down low, they may not be ready to really reveal their interests, who they really are. So, and obviously, people come from different households and different settings. So, outing somebody could essentially be telling other people that this person is XYZ without their consent. So a lot of times we will like protect identities just to be courteous. Some people may not be ready for that, so we'd be mindful and we would not out anybody.
So people who are not ready to come out, why is that?
I mean, that can be a number of reasons. I couldn't just put one thing. I mentioned family, fear of being discriminated, stuff of that nature.
And so these men that are on the down low, they're trying to keep this a secret, correct?
I believe so.
They don't want to be exposed, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you know Jay Lee's type?
I mean, I believe he would like go towards more masculine energy. I don't think it would ever just be a specific type, but it would be more so just someone more masculine.
So people who are kind of less like him.
Yes, ma'am.
He likes men who like men.
Yes, ma'am.
On cross-examination, defense counsel asked about hooking up with people. He was talking, hooking up with all these people. And you started saying he didn't just hook up with random people. What's your understanding of the people back in 2022 that Jay Lee was hooking up with?
As I mentioned earlier, Jay Lee is very protective of himself, so he would make sure that he knew them a little bit to some degree. He would not be the type of person to just get on and see somebody online and message him to hang out.
So he wasn't having random hookups. You also said on cross-examination that he was well recognized in the LGBTQ community. Would that be fair in Oxford?
Yes, ma'am.
So it was well known that he was a man, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it normal if someone is trying to hide their sexuality, to try to protect them?
Question. And also didn't go into that.
I didn't understand the question.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
Okay, you can rephrase it, whichever one you want to do. I didn't get it.
I can rephrase. In the LGBTQ community, is it normal?
Hey, Brandy. Hey, Riaz.
To not expose or out someone who's on the down low.
I mean, it's more sort of like a courteous type of thing. Obviously, someone wouldn't want to be out, so why would someone else out somebody else?
Okay, thank you.
You would want someone to do that to you.
Correct.
Brief indulgence. Your Honor, no further questions.
This should be finally excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go to the next area, go and stay, whichever one you want to do, okay? But you can return to the audience or go home or whatever you like, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, here's about an hour. We on the break. We on how long do we do this? What? About the same amount of time. Break. All right, let's get a few break, because let's take a look as quick as you can.
All right, D2, you been listening? I know you say you was back. I saw what you say you was back.
Yeah,
All
I've
right,
been listening.
let me go out and come back in because my volume went down when I hit the echo cancellation. You talk and I'll be right back.
Okay, so I know everybody gets mad at the defense, but the defense is trying to establish that there is other men out there, that just because he hooked up with the defendant doesn't mean there's other men that he would have hooked up with. So just like normal cases, they want to establish that he might have been a little promiscuous, that there might be someone else out there. And again, somebody else mentioned the fact earlier that the tip came in about him hooking up with somebody. And I guess they'll go on later to find out who that was. But they're trying to establish that he was always going after down low men. That's why he hemmed up this guy to say, well, he preferred down low men. But that's not what he said. He may have said it 2 years ago and doesn't remember, but he was kind of like, nah, that's not really what I was saying. Does he hook up with down low men? Yes. Does he prefer them? No. So they're trying to establish that that's what he likes, that's what he puts himself in the situation. Now understand, down low men are more likely to get upset with you if they believe you're going to blow their cover. Now, I don't know if the prosecution is going to establish that this guy, Sheldon, was down low or not. Okay, but the defense is trying to say that this was a habit of his, so any one of the down low men could have done this. Now, I guess they're going to try to establish that a bunch of down low men live in that complex he lives in, and that's why he was there. I don't know where it's going from there, but they're trying to cross-examine this guy to get him to confess that he was promiscuous, that he saw a lot of different men. So that, don't get mad at the defense. He's just doing his job. So I don't know if I didn't really see any questions. So if there
It'd be the tone for me.
Well, yeah, but again, he was kind of ambiguous. He didn't really come off as hating. He came off as, but you don't remember, do you? That kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But he's leading him in a direction. And again, a lot of times defense attorneys want to get you mad, so you blurt stuff out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So you say things in a different tone. A lot of them will sound condescending to the witness in hopes that you're going to make the witness so angry that he's going to blurt out something in anger to you that he might not have said if he was under control.
Mm-hmm.
So that's defense attorney 101. Be an asshole, make them mad, and make them argue. Because again, if he argues too much, the jury sees him as being protective.
Mm-hmm. And may potentially be lying.
Yeah, that he's very, he's very protective. He's angry at some of these questions, like he's hiding something. But again, reasonable doubt can come from any direction. Okay, and by saying he was promiscuous is telling the jury that he, this isn't the only guy he hooked up with on the down low. Because they're going to try to say that that's the reason why he did this. That's the reason why he killed him. That's the reason why he kidnapped him and killed him. Because he was worried that he was going to be found out that he was seeing him.
Yep.
Okay. Something else that found me in, and I just stepped away, but as I was while I was stepping out, I thought about it. The mother did not refer to
I can't hear you, D True. What happened? Is it me? Hold on. Can y'all hear D True? Hold on. Can y'all hear me? He cut off. Yeah, but he's still up here. Hold on. I thought it was me. Hear you, but not the truth. Okay. He was just gonna ask a good question too.
Well, they can't hear me?
We can hear you now. What happened?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, start at the question.
Okay. Are you? Did you guys hear what I said about the mother?
That was the question. You said you noticed that the mother, then you went out.
Oh, okay. So the mother referred to him as a him, not a her. His friends, or I don't even think those people were his friends. I think they were just protesters.
I think they were his friends. I do.
But they were referring to him as a her.
Because that's probably how she had them refer to her. See, a lot of times your friends will respect your pronouns, but your family won't necessarily respect your pronouns. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and the mother never referred to him as a her.
Right.
Always a him, her baby boy, my son. Okay. But the one guy, the feminine guy that they interviewed kept calling him her. But this guy just testified that he didn't refer to himself as her.
Right.
That he always told people he's a man.
Yeah.
So the defense attorney tried to turn it around and act like he was catfishing people by saying when he went on these dates, he dressed as a woman.
Uh-huh.
As if to say, maybe they didn't know. Honestly, the defense could be going one of two ways. The defense could be coming on and saying he didn't know that he was a woman, that he found out he was a woman on that particular day.
You mean he didn't know he was a man?
Yeah, or he didn't know he was a man.
Right.
I'm waiting. Well, again, they don't normally bring those things out until they see that they've lost. That there's
what's
no hope.
confusing? What's confusing, Natasha? Natasha said confusing. I don't want nobody to be confused. Oh hell, that's the wrong one.
But you understand what I'm saying? It's like they normally don't break out stuff like that.
I understand what you're saying, yeah.
Until they say, oh hell, we lost this shit. All right, we got to switch gears here. We're going to go that he didn't know that was a man. He found out that morning that when he came over that was actually a man.
Or found out when they started getting into the act or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, let's continue, y'all. Hopefully we'll get through which one he really identified. The dude kept saying he identifies as a man. He just like to dress feminine. He never identified as a woman ever.
Yeah, he did, but he dressed. He could whatever he felt like that day. That's the way he dressed. A lot of the photos that they keep showing, he's dressed as a woman.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the defense is trying to blur the line that he confused people.
Mm-hmm.
But his friend said he wasn't a transsexual. He never referred to himself as her. But then his friends did. So if I don't think they were his friends. I think they were just protesters. And they were just, they were trying.
Well, how can you testify about the dog and all of that?
No, not the guy that was on the stand. I'm talking about what we showed earlier
Oh, you some of those other people? Yeah, I'm not sure about them.
The protesters. I don't think they were friends.
Yeah.
I think that girl was his friend, but a lot of the guys that were out there protesting, she has a life. No, you didn't even know who she was. You didn't even know him. You didn't even know who it was. Just shut up. You're out
What's
there
up, Palm
protesting.
Bear?
Hey, now clearly you can see that he was a male. Just because he put on heels one day or dressed real flamboyant or put on a skirt or whatever, did he go the whole 9 yards putting on the wig, the makeup, and all that? No. Some men I know that will just look like a man. Clearly you can see they're a man, but they just dress like a woman sometimes. They'll just have on some heels or what have you. So with that being said, he couldn't have fooled nobody.
Did you see
It's
some
just
of the
a man
pictures?
dressed like a woman.
Did you see some of the pictures where he had his hair braided as a woman would have their hair braided?
No, that's not true. If you know the black community, if you know the black community, men get their hair braided all the time.
Did you see the picture?
No.
When you see the picture, you're gonna see what I'm talking about. The specific the particular braids that he was wearing and the way he was dressed. He was dressed, yes. Okay. Do you know a man that wears braids like that?
It's a lot of men that wear braids like that, but they
that right there is a woman. See, that's the one I'm talking about.
You can tell that's a man, though.
You can tell that's a man.
Okay.
He may have on makeup. But you can tell he's a man.
Okay.
You can. The truth. You can too.
Yes, but that's very, very feminine.
Yeah, he said he was feminine. The friend said he was feminine, but he never told anybody he was a woman.
Right.
Period.
It's just that people are making. I don't like that people are making excuses of why he is not here today because of the lifestyle.
There's no excuses, but that's a defense job.
That
is the defense job to make sure that there's a cloudy image going forward, that there's reasonable doubt. That's exactly what the defense job is.
And I guarantee you, because he was
See,
so
right here
comfortable.
in the middle, he's got braids and he looked just like a man.
Right. But he was so comfortable in his skin and who he was, his sexuality.
That's right.
I think he told people up front. You could tell up front what he is.
Right.
He did not hide who he was.
Right. I don't think
the person that he got with that took him out, if he was on the DL, that was his issue.
Yeah.
You knew this person you was with was out and comfortable within himself.
Mm-hmm.
And who he was. He wasn't hiding nothing, nothing.
The defense will always have something in their rear pocket.
Funberry. Let's not forget. Funberry. Hold on. Let's not forget. Every time we have these live streams, the truth is always gonna point out. I'm not necessarily saying he rides with the defense. I'm gonna say he's gonna always make it clear as far as what the defense, stance is or what they're trying to do, because we always for the victim. So we don't be caring about old Dick and them. But he has to point out the other side because we ain't doing it. So we're gonna let him do what he do. Well, you got it. You can point out their side because we don't care.
I don't.
We don't. So you do your job. You do it well. Cause we don't care. Cause it ain't no excuse. Cause think about it, like you said. Now I agree with you, D Truth, that so let's just say he thought he was a woman when he saw his profile online. Cause they met online, remember? Okay, so let's just say he didn't find out he was actually a man, because we don't know what type of photos Jay Lee had on his profile. You know, like we don't know. So well, not yet. I'm sure they're gonna bring it up. But so let's just say he thought he was a woman up until they got together. What does that mean? Does that mean? Because this wasn't no crime of passion, and I'm gonna tell you why. The reason why no crime of passion, because Jay Lee left. He called him back, and then he proceeds to Google how to strangle him. It's pretty much premeditated,
But you're
which is probably
forgetting.
why it's capital murder.
Right.
Exactly.
But you
just
gotta
said
think the
key
way
word.
his mom and everybody described this young man, I'm sure his profile, all his pics are both him being
It's probably
flamboyant
in
as
a
a
race
man.
just like this one right here. It's
Yeah.
probably
You're
different
assuming.
pictures.
Yes.
But you
Yup.
said the key word. This is a capital murder trial. The reason that he's putting it in his back pocket is so when they lose, he pulls it out so that they cannot convict him of capital murder. When it's capital murder, you always have to keep things in your back pocket. You leave little crumbs, you say little things, so that later on, when you pull it out, nobody's shocked. But this is a capital murder trial, which means the death penalty is on the table. So if he could prove that, well, he didn't know he was a man, and it shocked him and surprised him, and this was a act of
I don't
betrayal.
believe that. I don't believe he knew he was a man.
Okay, but you know what? Defense is going to try to prove that he didn't know.
Whatever, he knew.
Because they don't anything to
I
get
think he knew
capital
too.
murder off.
think he
Yeah,
knew
because
too.
clearly he has manly features. You can tell
Mhm.
he hasn't gotten any hormones to soften anything up or anything.
Right.
You can clearly see that that's a man.
The defense is trying to portray him that he tricks men that are not gay.
How can you trick a man that's not gay? Because if
By
a man
looking-
can you be tricked?
No,
You can't trick no man that's not gay, because if a man is getting with a man, he gay. He may not want to admit he gay, but he gay.
But
The
in
hell?
order to get capital murder off the table, they have there's going to be somewhere down the line where they're going to go, well, he didn't even know this guy was that was
No, the
a
capital
guy.
murder comes in with the premeditation. I don't think it has anything to do.
Right.
I don't think it has anything to do with whether or not he thought that man was a man or a woman.
It does when it comes down to the
Oh my God.
factors of why it happened. The factors of why it happened, because they're saying, well, he got angry, premeditation or not. He got angry.
Okay, he got angry. He still premeditated that murder. That young man left. He called him back.
There are
Okay.
circumstances beyond premeditation.
Oh my God. See, this is what you do every time.
He
And
was
if you
already
do-
mad when he's looking up how to strangle somebody or how long it takes them to stop breathing, strangle them.
Right. He had time. Like, he called him back
Yeah.
before.
He thought that thing out. He already knew what he knew.
Okay.
So what's the circumstances other than it being premeditated that warrants the capital murder?
That he tricked him.
Oh no! I don't agree. I don't agree. I don't
You know
agree
what? I
with
think
you.
it could fall in the line of like a hate crime almost.
Well, then again, okay, but hate crime isn't a capital punishment. Understand, this is a defense game. This is the defense's reasoning behind doing
We
certain
get the
things.
defense game. We talking about the capital murder.
Oh,
so
okay.
other than the premeditation, like True said, what else falls up under that?
Yeah,
as far
that's
as
what I
this
want
case
to
is
know.
concerned.
Well, again, if he felt tricked, if he felt betrayed, if he felt that he did
Being
this,
tricked does not fall under no
there's capital murder is very stringent when it comes to finding somebody under capital murder. There's
I
plenty
thought
of
that
ways.
I could be
I can
wrong
get
because
capital
I could
murder.
be wrong.
No,
I could be wrong, and you know a little bit more than me, but I could be wrong. But I thought that capital murder fell in with the whole premeditation. I don't think it had anything to do.
It does, but you can also fight circumstances on why he was angry, why he did what he did. Okay, to get capital murder off the table. Because again, it doesn't automatically mean capital. He can be found guilty. There's a whole nother trial after this to find him for the death penalty. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't, they're going to find, if they find him guilty of murder, they find him guilty of murder. Then comes the capital punishment portion of the trial.
Right. That's a whole nother. Yeah.
And I would say we would take the death penalty off the table if you would lead us to the body.
They probably will. That's one of the things. There's a lot of reasons why people put capital murder on the table, is to get something that they want. We will take capital murder off. You will serve life in prison with no possibility of parole. We want the body. So there's many reasons why you put capital murder on. Whether it might be there's another person out there that's involved. Well, if you give us the other person involved, we will take capital murder off the table. There's many reasons why capital murder is put on. There's something they want. In a negotiation, there's something. He's going to plead guilty. We take capital murder off, but we want the body.
I think he took him out because he felt threatened to be outed. I'm sorry. What other reason why you would kill this person and you knew who he was?
Well, I believe that's exactly what it was. That their fight was that it was a one night. It was going to be a one night stand, and Jimmy Lee didn't want that to be a one night stand, and he was going to out him. We need to see what the fight was about. And
you mean tell me after the first meetup, Jimmy Lee was so strong that he wanted the man and was going to out the man?
I don't think that was their first meetup. I think they were hooking up. They had hooked up several times.
All right, y'all. Y'all got
what? The hell was that?
Oh no, she cut out.
Y'all keep hitting the button, but listen, I'm gonna hit the play button. But listen, I think it was the first time.
I don't, Truth. I think they've seen each other multiple times. And
Wait a minute, you may be right. You wanna know why? You may be right. You wanna know why? Because in the friend that gave the tip said that he had hooked up with somebody online and they had been having sex. They didn't say it was the first time.
But listen, he probably caught feelings. But my boy here was like, I want to be in the open. If we're going to have a relationship, I want it to be in the open. I don't want it to be no secret or whatever. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. It usually that's what it be.
Yeah.
Usually when a situation like this happens, one wants to be out, the other one is down low, and bam.
And that's like in any relationship. I ain't gonna be no secret.
Right.
I ain't gonna be nighttime creep and all that. No.
You somebody's dirty secret.
Whatever.
You know what? The truth. All right, y'all. Let's listen to some more. Because we've been on here almost 4 hours. I might get off at 4 hours, y'all. But let me see. All right, here we go.
I understand it's a problem. We're going to do our best. It's the sheriff's fault. It's the sheriff's fault. Sheriff said he didn't care. They didn't vote up there. All right, who is the college next witness?
Statement called Khalid Fears.
Khalid Fears. Somebody get Khalid Fears.
He is country as shit.
The judge was like Colonel Sanders.
You spell that straight north.
KHALID.
If you would, take the court order there, raise your right hand and be sworn in, just right here. All right, have a seat with you, please.
Good afternoon.
It appears.
And what do you do?
I'm an X-ray tech.
X-ray tech?
Correct.
Currently employed?
Yes, sir.
Whereabouts?
I work in Atlanta at Northside Hospital.
Okay, that's in Atlanta, Georgia?
Correct.
How long have you been there?
I've been there for about a year now.
Okay. How old are you?
Say that again.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Okay. Where did you have to go to school to become an X-ray tech?
Yes.
What did you have to do in order to get a job as an tech?
Well, I went to a radiology program at Mississippi Delta Community College in Moorhead, Mississippi. And it's just a 2-year program. You do clinicals and you do classroom work.
Got a degree?
Yes, sir.
Did clinical work and then got a job in Atlanta?
Right.
Are you living in Atlanta right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been there about a year and a half?
Right.
Now, back in 2022, where were you living?
I was living here in Oxford, Mississippi.
All right. What were you doing here?
I was an X-ray tech at Baptist Memorial Hospital.
Okay. The main hospital here?
Yes, sir.
As an X-ray tech. How long did you work there?
I worked there since 2020. I started off as a student intern, summer of 2020.
All right. And you're 27 years old?
I'm 29 now.
29 now.
Yeah. So I worked at Baptist Memorial about 2 years before I left.
So in 2022, you were how old?
27.
Okay. Now, do you know Jay Lee?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Jay Lee?
Jay was a friend of mine. I met him in the park.
When did you meet Jay Lee?
I met Jay in the summer of 2022, around May.
All right. So you went to the park in May, and can you tell the jury about how you met Jay Lee?
I was there feeding the ducks, and Jay happened to be walking in the park with his dog Lexi. And Jay was real friendly, so he just kind of like approached me, and he was like, "I like your earrings." And I was just like, "Oh, thank you." And we just kind of struck up a conversation, started talking to each other. I remember it was hot, so we decided to walk over to like the park benches where it was shaded. We continued chatting, getting to know each other, and we exchanged information. And we said we should hang out sometime.
From that moment that you met Jay Lee, how would you describe how often y'all communicated with one another?
We talked to each other about every other day.
Okay. And how would y'all communicate with each other?
We communicated with each other through Snapchat.
All right. And for some people that don't know how that app works, how can you communicate with somebody, the different ways that you can communicate with someone if you're both friends on Snapchat?
Okay, so Snapchat, basically what it is, you send people pictures with messages on them, they open them up, and you can send pictures back with messages on them. You also can directly message them, so it's just like an open chat, kind of like an iPhone message. There's a text thread there. You can do video calls, things of that such.
Okay. Would you use all different kinds of methods to communicate with Jay Lee?
Yes.
Through the messaging, through voice calls?
Yes, sir.
As well as taking photographs or video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, from May until July, how would you describe the progress or the nature of your relationship? You know, you just meet him in May, but by the time you get to July 8th, how would you describe to the jury that relationship?
It was a pretty good relationship. I thought it was a genuine relationship. I thought it was nice to make a genuine gay friend. So that was nice. And yeah.
Now, are you part of the LGBT community?
Yes, I'm a gay man.
Okay. Now, how would you describe Jay Lee? Would he be a part of that LGBTQ community as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the early morning hour, well, let me back up. If you could describe to the jury what your work schedule was and around the time of July of 2022.
Okay, so I work a 7-on, 7-off rotation. I go to work 7 days a week, then I'm off 7 days a week. And I would work from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
The night shift?
Yes, sir, the night shift.
All right. Now, just briefly describe what your duties are as an X-ray tech at Baptist Hospital.
All right, so like I said, I just shoot X-rays. If you come in, you have a cough, a cold, we shoot a chest X-ray. If you're in a motor vehicle crash and you break a leg, I'm shooting pictures of your leg. If you get a gunshot wound, you know. So it's just diagnostic imaging.
Okay. So on July the 8th, early morning hours, were you actually working a shift at Baptist Memorial Hospital?
I was.
Okay, and that would have started at 7 p.m. and would have carried on until 7 a.m. that next morning.
Right.
All right. So 7 p.m. on July the 7th to 7 a.m. on July the 8th.
Right.
All right. During that time, did you ever get a break?
Yeah, I mean,
or let me ask, did you receive any messages that night?
Me and Jay were texting the whole entire night.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And now there was a time period when you got a text from him that you didn't see it until later. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we were texting up until probably like 1 a.m.
Okay.
And then it stopped. And then I received another text message from him at 5:21 in the morning.
Okay.
And it just said I'm bored.
Yeah. All right. Did you see that as soon as that text came through?
So the way Snapchat works, you just get a notification. It says, hey, Jay has sent you a message, but you have to actually open it up to see what it says. I saw it when he sent it to me, but I was working.
Right.
So I do morning portables at 5:30 in the morning.
What does that mean?
Okay. Morning portables, you know, you get a list of people every day who need chest x-rays, who just had surgery per se, and just need to be checked up on daily. So I had my list of chest x-rays. I said, hey, this will take me about 30 minutes to do. At 5:30, I'm gonna run up and do it, and I'll be back down when I get done. And when I'm finished, I'll reach back out to them.
Okay.
So that's what I did.
All right. So what happened after that?
I decided to call him. I video chatted him. And when I video chatted him, I noticed that he was up and he was on the go.
I know, Sandra.
He was up.
Okay. What does that mean?
Well, for me, I'm like, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. I expected him to be in bed maybe.
Right.
But like I said, it was daylight. I could see it was bright out. I could see that he like wasn't at home in bed.
All right. Did you make any other observations about what he was doing?
It looks like he was leaving his house.
Okay. How do you know that?
Like I said, the phone was pointed up and I could see like a hallway to like the outdoors. And I asked him, I was like, where are you going? He told me he was going to be grown.
I don't think that's here. The response may be hearsay.
Can we approach him?
Okay.
So right now they're arguing whether he's telling you something he heard and doesn't, you know, it hearsay. So they may not have let it be in mid.
Okay.
Do you need a drink?
Somebody.
Sun's gonna keep you on fire.
Oh, that's good. Keep me a little warm.
All right. The witness had stated that he asked Mr. J. Lee, where are you at? At that time, there was objection, I assume, in anticipation of what the answer to that question was going to be anyway. I assume that he's going to say J. Lee responded in some manner. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's what you're objecting to.
And basically, if the court would allow, the state would proffer that.
Tell me what the answer to that question would have been.
Jay Lee is basically going to say to Mr. Fears that he's on his way to meet somebody. They've gotten an argument before, but he's going back because he's expecting some benefit, a sexual benefit.
And The defense contends that's hearsay. Is it offered for the truth of the matter asserted?
It is not.
What's it offered for then?
I'm going to let Gwen argue this part.
All right. Well, if it is, if it's either is or is not offered for truth of the matter asserted,
Way it would not be is because
I'm gonna let Gwen, I'm gonna let one of you Tam argue. Why don't you pick your best horse to ride? Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, well, our argument is twofold. We're offering it for the truth of the matter that he was going to go somewhere. The hearsay exception for it is the then and there existing mental state or condition. Your Honor, I actually have a case cite for the court. It is Holloman v. State, 178 Southern 3rd 689.
If you would give me just a second to get my able assistant, I want to actually read the case instead of, not that I don't take y'all's word for what you said, but I like to read them myself. Did you get that site book?
I can give the court an overview while you're waiting for it.
All right, go ahead, please do.
In that case, Holloman was charged with having killed his wife. Her friend, his wife's name was Laura, and Laura spoke to, Katie, her friend, before leaving. She told Katie that she was leaving him, she wanted a divorce, and that she was taking her clothes from the closet, packing them up and leaving. It was within the court's discretion, of course, in the admissibility, that the argument was that it was a statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feeling, or pain. And it did not include memory or belief to prove the facts remembered. It was just what she was going to do. It's related to her execution or identification of the declarant's will. Ms. Fears is here to testify as to what Jay Lee was telling of what his intent was, and why his intent was that. It is similar to the statements made by Holloman's wife to her friend regarding what she intended to do, which is that she was going to leave him and she was going to pack her clothes and that she wanted a divorce. In that case, it was allowed to come in. It was affirmed by the court. And Your Honor probably has a case by now.
Let me, can you direct me to a head note or something to the good
Yes, it's actually
head note number 10, that's spontaneous statement.
head note 6. The paragraph before that has section 3. So whether the trial court erroneously admitted hearsay statements by the victim.
Y'all give me just a second. I understand the state's argument that y'all contend this is, y'all state contends while this is hearsay, that there's an exception to the hearsay rule.
Yes, Your Honor. It is also, I would further argue that it is, the detective will later testifies, they receive this information, it is going to come into how, when the detective testifies, it's about how they proceeded in their investigation. And then later on, I mean, the defendant admits that he invited him over. So it's, even if it was to rule not a hearsay exception, Your Honor, although we do believe it to be one, it would be harmless because the same information is coming.
I'll hear from the defense. Anybody want to can argue. No.
Case that they cited is making reference to a statement made in the presence of a witness that observed the event occur as to some type of assault. That's not the case here. Also, what they're telling the court is that they anticipate that if you let it in now, it would be harmless error because it's going to come in later. Your Honor, under that particular case law, it doesn't satisfy the exception as a present sense impression. They're having conversations about conduct that may or may not occur between the declarant and someone else. The case they've cited is certainly not on point.
I'm going to take just a minute and read the case in its entirety anyway.
Now, in that particular case,
I'm listening, go ahead.
the witness observed the activity between the alleged victim and the defendant, and as a result of that, the statement that she's packing up and going to divorce the individual courtroom because she had observed something, and that statement was made during the course of that particular event. And the statement made after that, there was connection between the two. It's clearly not here in this case.
Let me just leave one more statement. Right?
Okay, I don't know what they're doing, but I'm gonna fast forward it to see if they're gonna let him continue. Cause after him, I'm gonna get off. Let me see.
The judge is reading a ruling.
Oh, that she was talking about. That one she was
Yeah,
talking about.
to
Oh
let this.
Lord. Hold on. Go ahead.
He's reading a ruling whether to let the hearsay testimony from this guy to what supposedly Jay had said to him prior to him going to the house.
Right. Okay. All right. I'm gonna try to wait a minute. That's me, y'all. I'm gonna see how long he. Let me see. See if I can tell how long he gonna be up there. And then we'll come back early in the morning, y'all. I got something to do. Oh wow, he's up there. Still up there. They keep stopping, baby. They don't want him to testify. Okay, 42:19, and we at. I'm just gonna play it, y'all. I'm gonna let it ride out. I'm gonna play it, and I'm gonna start where he starts testifying. Then we're gonna listen to him, and then we're gonna end it. Okay. Y'all put any questions in the chat. Thank y'all for being here. Thank you for hitting the like button. I appreciate it. Please support the channel. Cash App, PayPal, pin at the bottom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Anybody have any objections, Mr. Creekmore advising, or we're going to do it here on the record, any limitation? Okay, all right. Y'all wish me to address the witness, or y'all want to try to talk to the witness? Do y'all wish me to address the witness on some limitations, or y'all want to try to do that?
I've spoken to Mr. Fears about the court's ruling with respect to not saying anything in the presence of the jury about Jay Lee saying that they had been into a fight earlier.
Is
Is that correct, Mr. Fears? Okay.
All right. All right, shut the jury back in. All right, everybody good on the jury? All right, you may proceed with questioning this man.
Thank you, Honor. Before we took a break, we were talking about you noticing on your phone, I believe it was 5:21, that you had gotten a message from Jay Lee. 5:21 a.m.
Yes, sir. 5:21 a.m. He texted me. He said, "I'm bored."
Okay. All right. And then you called him.
5:58. I called him.
5:58.
5:58.
And you could tell he was going somewhere.
Yes.
Did you hear him get in his car?
Yes.
Did you know what kind of car he had?
He had a black Ford car with his name on his tag.
Jay Lee on the back.
Yeah.
Any other noticeable features about the car?
But it had a big stripe on the front of it.
Okay. All right. And could you hear the car in the background?
Yes.
All right. And what was said in that conversation with Jay Lee?
He was just telling me about how he had seen someone earlier, and he was going to see the person who he had seen earlier. And he described the things that they did. He also told me that
Yes. What happened after that?
okay.
What else did he say?
He said,
what his plans were. In that conversation, did he tell you what his plans were?
he said he was going to get oral sex, receive oral sex.
Thank you. Was it your understanding that he was going to meet somebody for that oral sex?
Correct.
All right. What if, were you concerned about that?
I mean, yeah,
All right. Why were you concerned?
because of what he previously told me.
Okay. Well, did you know enough about Jay Lee in the LGBT community to know that he was out in the open?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know anything about his preferences?
Yeah, he communicated with me what he liked.
Okay.
He told me what he also attracted, though.
And did he look up to you in some way?
I would say so, yeah. We were,
And why is that?
because I was a 27-year-old man. I mean, I'm not new to this. I've been around the block. I know how it works. I know how it goes.
All right. And did you give him any advice about that?
Yeah, I would tell him that like a down low man or like a man who isn't comfortable with their sexuality is not someone you want to be out here hooking up with. I was like, because, you know, if
What did
they-
you tell him?
I told him, I said they would kill you before their dirty little secret gets exposed.
Now, how would you describe Jay Lee, his personality?
Well, first of all, Jay was very brave. You get what I'm saying? He was very fun, friendly. He loved to dance, vibrant, bright.
And when you saw him, was he typically always put together fashionably? So what about his relationship with his dog?
He didn't go anywhere without it.
Didn't go anywhere without Lexi. All right. And when you were talking to Jay Lee at 5:58 a.m., How did he sound then? Did he sound depressed or
No.
concerned about anything?
No.
Did he sound more like the Jay Lee that you're used to? Vibrant,
Yes.
excited?
He sounded like he was going to go have some fun.
Okay. Court's indulgence. All right. Did you know Jay Lee to use social media?
Yes.
Did you pay attention to what he posted?
Yes.
All right. And then after July the 8th, well, let me ask you this. Did you know him to post often and regularly?
They would post every day on his story.
And then after your last conversation with him, did you ever see him post anything again?
I did not.
All right. Now, did he ever try to contact you again?
After?
After?
No.
Did you ever try to contact him?
Yeah, I reached out to him and I said, "Hey, friend," and it never got opened. The message was never opened.
Message was never opened. All right. Then what happened on July the 11th of 2022?
July the 11th. Okay, I woke up getting ready to go to my shift. I got ready, and before I'm leaving out the door, I'm checking my phone, looking at my messages, and someone messaged me saying, "Hey, I see that you've been hanging out with Jay a lot. He's missing. Have you seen him?"
Okay.
So that happened, and once I got to work, I reached out to the number that was on the UPD, the campus police.
Did they send you the post from University Police Department sending out a request for information?
Yeah.
So you had that post,
Mhm.
you called that number.
Correct.
All right. And what happened to that?
I worked my normal regular shift. Two police officers, I'm assuming, came to my job later on that night and interviewed me.
Okay. So you reached out to law enforcement to tell them what you knew, to see, did you know whether that was going to be helpful or not?
Well, I mean, I knew it would because I knew what kind of conversation we had.
Right. Okay. So when you found out Jay Lee was missing, it made, in your mind, that conversation even more important.
Absolutely.
Okay. Court's indulgence. Into the witness, John.
Good morning, Mr. Spears. How you doing today?
I'm well.
I missed it. I just wanted, you work at Baptist. What is your job responsibilities? I just wanted it on my notes. What do you do out there?
I was an X-ray tech at the time.
Are you still doing that now?
I'm still an X-ray tech today,
But not at Baptist.
but not at Baptist.
Sound like you worked a lot of hours.
Did. I worked 40 hours a week.
12 on, 12 off, and that's a full-time job you had there, right?
Right.
How long had you been working there?
Been working there since 2020.
Okay. And so when you testified earlier that you met Jay Lee in the park, when was that? How long had you known Jay Lee prior to July the 8th of 2022?
I met him in the park in May.
May. So y'all known each other, became pretty instant friends, pretty tight at that particular time.
We were building a friendship. We were getting to know each other.
Okay. Were y'all involved in any type of relationship at all?
We were friends.
Okay, just friends, no other type of relationship. Okay. Would it be a fair statement, Mr. Spears, to say that that during the course of your becoming friends with Mr. Lee, that he used different platforms to establish hookups with basically random hookups?
Would it be fair?
Yeah. To say that.
I don't understand the question.
Did he use, as well as, I mean, you have, according to what I understand, during the course of the investigation, my understanding is that Jay Lee and yourself, not necessarily together, used an app called Jacked.
Okay.
That Jack is an app for the purpose of hookups, right?
It can be used for a lot of things. It can be used for hookups, dating, chatting, networking.
But for purposes of Jay Lee's use of Jack, and not necessarily yours all the time, but it was used for hookups for Jay Lee, as you understand it.
I'm not quite sure.
Okay, but you remember giving a statement at the time that you were interviewed, that you referenced to on direct examination, that that jacked up is something that that being you and Jay Lee used to hook up?
Improper impeachment. Improper impeachment.
No, I'll rephrase the question and try to do it all at one time. If that's okay. Mr. Fears, not your question. The app Jack, did you use it, and did you have knowledge that Jay Lee used it for the purpose of hooking up with other people?
I think you can only assume that. Jay never said, hey, I'm on this app doing this.
I'd like to have this to the heart for identification.
I'm sorry.
It's not just you. Thank you. Mr. Fears, I know it's been a long time. But I want you to, I'm going to point on this particular document. It's identified as Defense Exhibit D2. And just read it. I'm going to run my pen across it so we don't go through the whole document. Tell me whether or not you recall providing this information during the course of the interview that we referenced. You've had an opportunity to look at the identified.
They had to get y'all shade for the window anyway. That dodge and sunlight, that's the kid, so you see.
Gotcha.
As far as that particular statement, you recall making that statement to the detectives pertaining to the Jack Up app, that you told them there was an app that you and Jay Lee used for the purposes of hooking up with other males in the local area.
The detectives asked me what Jack was because they didn't know what it was. So I described to them what Jack was, what it could be used for, that hooking up with people is what you can use that for. Most one of the things you can use that for.
But as far as the portion of it in this particular statement, I'm not going into the rest of it, but for
It's a recorded interview, and that it's not phrased the same way in the recorded.
no, I thought we weren't going to have talking objections.
If there is I'm gonna let you ask this last question. Did you, I think he's already answered the question anyway, but I'm gonna ask the question one more time.
You recall giving, you admit or deny that you gave that particular statement to the law enforcement officer?
What particular statement? What did you just show?
Whether or not that app, that y'all use that app for hookups.
That we use it for hookups?
Yes, you deny that statement.
I still don't understand the question.
The question is, do you admit or deny that what's in this officer's report pertaining to what they took down in this report is in your interview, at some point in time, you admit or deny that you told them that Jack was a app that y'all used to hook up with men in the local area?
I admit to telling them what Jack was, that what you could use it for, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
You also are familiar with the fact that further down during the interview, you also identified not only Jack as an app that Jay-Lee used, but BLK and Grindr in order to have hookups.
I don't know what BLK is. I never said that.
Let me show you again whether or not you recall this statement in this officer's report, okay?
You have objection, go ahead, Vic. Yeah, come on. I will say this, if there is.
To hook up with anybody.
Ms. Spears?
Yes.
Without going into the content of either interview at this point in time, you were interviewed twice, fair statement?
You said what?
You were interviewed twice, just one time.
I was interviewed by two separate people.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's my point. First time that you were, according to the report, that I've been provided, 7/12/22 is when, my understanding is, you made representations to the officer about the app, Jack, Grindr, says in here BLK, but you deny making any reference to BLK. Okay, you know what Grindr is?
I know what Jack is and I know what Grindr is.
What about, okay, and what, would you agree with me that those apps are apps that Jay Lee used, and one of which apparently you used for the purpose of hooking up with other men in the local area.
Okay.
Look at Ms. Spears. Yes or no, and you can explain yourself to the extent you need an explanation. Is that yes or no? Use those apps, correct, to hook up with men in the local area.
I'm just asking you if Jay Lee and I.
Not together, that you had knowledge that Jay Lee used these apps and knowledge that you used at least the Jack app to hook up with men in the local area.
No, I did not have knowledge that Jay Lee was using the apps to hook up with anybody.
Okay. So the statement in Defense Exhibit 2, the lead explained to us that Jay Lee used apps such as Jack, BLK, and Grindr in order to have hookups. That's wrong in this report.
Jay never told me that he was hooking up with people on these apps.
Okay.
We never had that conversation.
The lead explained that the lead explained that the Jack app is something that he and Jay Lee used to hook up with other males. That's incorrect.
Like I said, Jay never told me. Like I said, we were building a friendship.
Sure, I understand that.
And you don't just come out and be like, hey, this is what I'm doing, da, da, da. No. So I've never heard Jay from his mouth say that, hey, I'm on these apps doing this. No, what I do maybe something totally different, but he didn't tell me that. No.
Okay. And so how often would you and Jay Lee talk? Every day, every other day?
Me and Jay would talk about one every other day, yeah.
All right. And it's a fair statement, is it not, that you were familiar, you had conversations personally amongst yourself through Snapchat and through other, whether it be Instagram, things of that nature between your address and his address? Fair statement, your account, right?
We communicated on Snapchat.
All right. And your account at that time was KHAALIDDY. That's you, right?
Correct.
All right. And it's a fair statement, is it not, that you and Jay Lee had conversations about what he liked to do sexually and what you like to do sexually through the course of those conversations?
That's not fair to say.
You never had those conversations about sexual stuff or activities or
we had
preferences or anything like that?
We had conversations about what guys were we into. I never asked him about who he was having sex with.
Understand that. I'm not necessarily talking about preferences. I'm talking about activity within whatever he may be doing with sexual partners, what you may like, what he may like, things of that nature. I had those conversations through your Snapchat or Instagram conversations with him, right?
We had conversations through Snapchat.
Okay. And his account, one of them was Sucker for Jay. That was one of his that you would send messages to and he would respond. You're familiar with that account? Or that handle, whatever you want to call it. I'm not very tech savvy, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Sucker for Jay was how you conversed with him and sent messages during this time frame.
Is that what his Snapchat name was?
I don't know. I'm asking you, what Snapchat did you use with him as far as in June or July 2022?
Well, I'm not sure what his username handle is, but the way his name pops up in my Snapchat, it says Jay. It has like a little heart emoji.
One of those, Sucker for Jay, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, it's been provided in the discovery response as a result of a search warrant that
What the account was.
so I want to hand you and mark the identification. This is right. D3.
We approach.
You may.
Here's what the multiplication is D3 ID, and it appears that, I'm not going to agree on this, I promise you, but for purposes of identifying, that's your account, how you go by KAJLIDDY on June 6th, correct?
Correct.
And you look at this on here, sucker for Jay, this conversations that appear that you had with Jay, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Look at it for just a minute and hold on to it. Just look through it and tell me whether or not you have any dispute. But that appears to be conversations that y'all had, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it appears throughout this conversation, I won't go through the details, but it appears that y'all are having some conversations about sexual conduct, things of that nature. I want to direct your attention to the third page, if you don't mind.
Let the state see, you got a copy of that other document, they can look and have a copy of the document. Fair warning, I may send you out again in just a minute. I told you we're gonna bounce you around like a ping pong today, so maybe we'll get better. That's the reason trial takes 2 weeks sometimes.
I approach John.
Hey, remember the court's instruction on how to conduct the interview.
Here's, I ask you to identify conversation or this document D3, and I think you had responded that Liddy, K-H-A-L-I-D-D-Y, that's your conversation, your chat to Circuit for J, which is Jay Lee, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so once you review, so you're the originator of the conversation, and he's the recipient of the conversation on the first level, and then after when he responds to you, he'd be on the left side of the page, correct?
Ask him, rephrase the
Okay.
question, identify who is the recipient, who is the,
This is, you're sending a chat message here.
rephrase, just ask him if he can identify who is the recipient and who is the sender.
They go back and forth.
On any particular line.
On the left side is the sender in the message, on the right side is the recipient, correct?
Let him ask us, let him review
Review the document, tell me who the sender is on.
There you go.
On these two columns, the question is, who's the sender on this side?
Just a second, I'm trying to decide who is talking in the conversation. Okay, I got it.
Okay, so tell me, the left side of the column I've identified, third row over, is that sender or recipient?
Sender.
Okay, right side is recipient, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you can identify these conversations, you've looked at the conversations that you've had with Jay Lee through y'all's chat, correct? Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to the third page. This document, if you don't mind. You look at that, please. You see at the bottom of the page, beginning right here where I've marked although, you see that on there? Third page, third line. Look on this line right here in the document.
Which page is it again?
I think it's the third page. On this particular document, it's the second page, I'm sorry. On this particular line where it begins, I'm a lover, not a fighter, who is the sender on that? Don't answer what it says at this time. Tell me who
I
the
think you
sender
just said what it said. That's the,
But that's good. I'm gonna let that in.
or this conversation right here on D3.
Okay.
Who is the sender?
Jay.
Okay, and the recipient. All right. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to have D3 introduce the evidence.
I wasn't able to see.
Let us say, everybody talk about what we talked about.
The section from prior four as to hearsay, not deception.
I've got a question is, when you're asking for the D3 in its entirety to be introduced,
I am.
we were talking earlier about offer for the truth of the matter asserted and not offer for the truth of the matter asserted. Our court attention was directed to one particular item, not D3 in its entirety.
That's correct, Your Honor. I will take all the pages out of the page reference. We can redact or what's published is all those portions off except for the conversation.
Without, I want to read in particularity when when it's all said and done, what portion of D3 you're asking to be introduced for me to make a determination whether it's offered for truth of the matter served or not. Show me, don't tell me, show me what portion of D3 you actually want to do.
Of the aspects marked in orange.
And somebody tell me which side, who was the giver and who was the receiver?
Sender on the left, receiver on the right.
They huddling more than the dude testifying. This is ridiculous. Poor guy.
What did Sucker J say to you in that conversation?
It says, I feel like you'd be into BDSM.
Okay. And that was the extent of that particular line's conversation. What was said next by Sucker J to you, to you?
During sex.
Okay. And what was said, continuation of that particular conversation, what else was said?
What do you want me to stop?
Right now, the next line.
Okay. Jay says, LOL, I enjoy a little, looks like he wanted to say mutual aggression.
Mutual aggression. All right. The next line is what? Who said what? From who to whom?
The next
line.
The next line would be, where are we at?
Right here.
Okay, that would be me to him.
Okay. And that, you just said something that's
Could be like emojis, yes.
Emojis. All right. And after that, Sucker Jay sent, what happened next?
I think I corrected his typo. I said mutual. Oh, wait. He said mutual. Is that correct?
You say correct on the next line. All right. And then what did Sucker for Jay say to you?
He says, ooh, you like to choke and to be choked?
And your response was?
Heavy on it.
Okay. What does that mean to you?
What does that mean to me?
Yeah, heavy on it.
Heavy on it. Heavy on It is a music label that my favorite rapper started. She started her own record label, and it's called Heavy on It.
Okay. Okay, so that's what you said to him, heavy on that.
Yeah.
And then him having the kinks, LOL, right?
Correct.
And Sucker for Jay, to you, what was that response?
He says aggressive, and also he says aggressive, and he also likes to get put in his place.
Okay, let's go to the next marked location on this particular page. As to what's marked right here, what did Jay Lee on page that's up at the top in this particular exhibit says, ooh, I'm sorry, I'd bring you some if I weren't. Pages aren't identified, so I have to identify what's at the top of the page. Jay, at this location right here, I've identified to you. But what did he say to you? Right here. Yes. Right. 1429. I'm just going. We're in the second orange area, Your Honor. All three of them. I'm gonna get all. This is the, Your Honor, this is the part we're gonna identify. I'm getting to identify all the other conversations. Then we'll get to the part we're going to redact that. Okay, I was just laying the bread.
There were two lines there that the court could not identify. They were together.
Right.
There was a spot between them as to whether or not who was the giver, who was the recipient. Generally, when they're all on one line, I can figure it out.
Right here, Mr. Spears.
Right. Well, that's the specific question I got there as to which one particular line, who was the giver, who was the receiver, because it's not clear in the court.
Right here. as to this conversation right here from Jay to you.
This is where we are.
Right here, top of the page, we talked about her, right here. It says, sender is who?
It's Jack.
I and to you, right?
Correct.
That's your reference. Read that out and tell me whether or not what that says.
It says, ooh, you like to choke and to be choked?
And you said heavy on that.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I look at that just a second? Let me show you right here what I'm talking about.
I understand. That's the conversation. It's not that part right there.
So
This
it's
is what one of the- that's what it says. That's right. You gotta keep that away.
Okay, so it looks like they're gonna take a break after this conversation right here. They doing too much at this point. But anywho, that's gonna be it for today, y'all. We at 4.5. Oh, somebody called me. I didn't even see that. I don't know who that is. We at 4.5 hours, y'all. And tomorrow we're gonna continue where he leaves off because he come back. He comes back on the stand and we're gonna finish off with him. And that's probably was it for the day. Because it's after 5 here, so I know it's probably over with. They in Mississippi, so that's probably it for today. Thank you, V Renee. Thank you, baby. Yeah, we're gonna come back tomorrow. We're gonna finish this little bit off. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. I just got something to do. And we're gonna finish this up and then we're gonna start on tomorrow's testimony. So this is one that we caught from the beginning, y'all. So we won't be behind. We'll be, we're gonna follow it as it goes. And I'll be back tomorrow. I'm sure they'll be in court tomorrow morning. Hopefully I can start before they start. That way we can get this part over with and then we can watch them live. But for now, that's it. Y'all gotta go. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all that support this channel. I do. I thank y'all so much for sticking in here with me. And yeah, y'all have a blessed, beautiful night. I may see y'all later. I don't know yet. But
Thank you. Good live.
thank you, Fun. Thank you. I appreciate you, girl. Thank you, D True. Is D True? I ain't even looking at the stream yard side. Let me see. Is he still here? He gone, chat. Oh, he left a message. Hold on, y'all. I ain't even see. I've been multitasking, y'all. Y'all know I don't just sit. Hey, let me know what time tomorrow. Okay. All right, D Truth, I will. All right, you too, V Renee. Until next time, Sonya. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. I do. And thank you again, Fun Bigger. If I don't see y'all later, I definitely see y'all in the morning, okay? Y'all have a blessed, beautiful night. All right.
All right.
All right. Two Silvers and State Gang, stand up. Until next time, we out. Y'all be safe.
Bye.
Bye.